Welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of Education on June 14th, 2023. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The twins are here too. What are you doing? The twins.
Reading of the mission statement. We are committed to academic achievement and success for all students in a safe environment. In partnership with families in our community, our mission is to promote confidence, inspire a passion for learning, and prepare our students to become responsible global citizens. Approval of the revised agenda. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Next up are the commendations.
Thanks. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our June Board of Education commendations meeting. My name is Eric Hassler. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Education here in Monroe-Woodbury, and I'm starting off our commendations this evening by recognizing the National Merit Scholarship finalists. Over 2 million juniors from about 21,000 high schools took the 2021 PSAT, which served as the initial screening for the 2023 National Merit Scholarship Program. The National Merit Scholarship Program honors individual students who show exceptional academic ability and potential for success in rigorous college studies. The nationwide pool of over 2 million students was then trimmed down to a group of about 16,000 semifinalists, which was once again trimmed down further to a finalist group, which represents less than 1% of the U.S. high school seniors, or approximately 15,000 students. Monroe-Woodbury was once again fortunate to have a student score in the top 1% of all students who took the PSAT and become a National Merit Scholarship finalist. Congratulations to Olivia Miller on achieving this amazing honor. Come on up. Another round of applause. That's an outstanding accomplishment. And up next to recognize our valedictorian and salutatorian for the class of 2023 is Elisa Soto, the principal of the high school.
Thank you, Dr. Hassler. Good evening, folks. Good evening to our Board of Education members, Superintendent Mrs. Rodriguez and her assistants. I want to first say that achieving the position of valedictorian and salutatorian is a significant accomplishment that reflects a student's dedication, hard work, and academic excellence. And it is my honor to announce the salutatorian for the class of 2023. That is Jamie Caleb. So Jamie attributes her dedication to her academic and creative pursuits to her encouraging parents and sisters. She is very involved in our theater and arts program, which has provided her with a thrilling and rewarding experience. Jamie's favorite experience at Monroe-Woodbury High School include playing Eponine in the school's production Les Miserables and traveling to Quebec with a French 5 class. Jamie believes that the educational opportunities at Monroe-Woodbury Central School District have more than sufficiently prepared her to study computer science and digital arts at the Stony Brook University Honors College. Congratulations.
Hold up, she's got to take a picture.
Now it is my honor to announce the valedictorian for the class of 2023, and that is Madeline Williams. So Madeline attributes her success to her hard work and perseverance, even when life outside of academics got tough. She always stayed focused and pushed through to get through the light at the end of the tunnel. However, she realized that she could not have done it alone. The endless support from her friends, family, and teachers had so much to do with where she is today. Madeline's favorite experiences at the high school were the football games and prom, and she cannot wait to go to the college games while attending North Carolina State University in Raleigh to study animal science with a veterinary bioscience concentration. Her goal is to become a large animal veterinarian specializing in equine and livestock care. Congratulations, Madeline. I am very proud of these young women, and I look forward to hearing about all of their accomplishments in the near future. Thank you so much.
Next up, we will be recognizing our elementary special Olympiads, and the presenter will be Mr. Styler. Oh, no? Yeah, and Mrs. Escobar is coming up, yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Education, Mrs. Rodriguez, and administration. On behalf of all our elementary coaches, I would like to congratulate our 10 athletes on displaying excellent sportsmanship, dedication, and perseverance throughout the season. They attended monthly practices where they worked on improving their skill level at soccer and basketball. They competed Saturday, June 4th, at Presidential Park Elementary School in Middletown. Overall, as a team, they earned 3 gold medals, 1 silver medal, 3 bronze medals, and 7 ribbons. We are very proud of these fabulous athletes. Coach DeCurcio, Coach Myers, and Coach Styler and I are honored to be their coaches. So without further ado, I would like to announce the names of these 10 extraordinary elementary Special Olympians. Athletes, when you hear your name, if you're here, please come up to the stage and receive your certificate. Ian Anderson, William Andrin. Job. Come on, William. Yeah. Emma Arjona. Come on, Emma. right there. Jerry Castillo Basurdo. Gavin Hopkins. Jackson Rambo. Good job. Owen McCulloch, Emmanuel Sabat, Tanvir Singh, and last but not least, Kaden Woods. Go ahead, you can go, buddy. Good job, Jackson. Good job, Kaden. Great job, athletes. Thank you to everyone that played a role in making this event happen this year. It was a wonderful season. Thank you to all the volunteers that lended a helping hand during practices and the competition day. We couldn't do it without them. A huge shout out to all of the athletes' families for your support during our season. Let's hear it one more time for the Monroe-Woodbury Elementary Special Olympics team. Fantastic job, Crusaders.
And next up, recognizing our middle school Special Olympic team is Christine Miranda.
Good evening. Before I introduce our Olympians, I would like to thank the Board of Education, Superintendent Rodriguez, and our middle school principal, Mr. Berger, for their unwavering support of our students and our Special Olympics program. I must thank all of our coaches, our aides, and student volunteers that we had this year. It was our first year we had student volunteers, and we had a certified coach from the high school, our senior, Abigail Connolly. That was the first time we ever did that. Everybody, all of the adults that help, they encourage our athletes, they take measurements, they record times, they help everything stay organized. This is a very big undertaking, and it is 100% a team effort. Thank you so much to Jeanette Santander, Stephanie Van Etten, Abigail Connolly, Mariana Zeven, Wendy Crowell, Mallory Greenberg, Veronica Coloma, Sue Smith, Sean Hassler, Michael Zimberry, and Jake Bond. Thank you so much for all of your help. Our Special Olympics team practiced for 13 weeks leading up to the competition at West Point. They worked hard learning and sharpening their skills, improving their times, cheering each other on, laughing, and most importantly, having a great time. On April 22nd, these stellar athletes competed at West Point in various races. I forgot my word. They were entered in the 25-meter walk, the 50-meter walk, the 50-meter run, the 100-meter run, standing long jump, running long jump, turbo javelin, and the softball throw. And they proudly brought home 8 gold medals, 4 silver medals, 8 bronze medals, and 13 ribbons. Along with those awards were smiles and enormous feeling of pride. That feeling of pride and happiness is why I am truly grateful to be a part of this amazing team. So let's get to the best part and introduce our athletes that are so deserving of all of these accolades. Athletes, when I call your name, please come up on the stage. Salvatore Attard. Aiden Baxter. Christiana DePaulis. Jenny Jones.
Yes.
Leo Montez Lopez couldn't be here tonight. Isabella Pellington could not be here tonight. Ivan Ramirez Torres. Caleb Roman could not be here tonight, but I wanted to say he showed outstanding sportsmanship. He suffered an unrelated injury, and he couldn't compete, but he still came to West Point to cheer his team on. Jaden William Martinez couldn't be here tonight. Ella Watsy. And last but definitely not least, Isabella Zimbiri. Thank you so much.
Yes.
And up next to recognize our high school Special Olympics team, Faith Hipson.
Hello, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank the parents for their continued support in making our athletes' day so special. As one of our parents, Mrs. Payne, made each athlete a string bag for the competition day. I would also like to thank the high school administrators for joining us at West Point and cheering us on, which made that day that much more special. Second, I would like to thank the high school coaches, Antoinette Felice, Jennifer Figuera, Colleen Grimes, Erica Halpin, and all the chaperones and our timekeeper, Sharon Lipsky. Without them, our varsity team would not have been that successful. I also have to thank the Cozy Cafe, which is run by our Life Skills program, for sponsoring our team, supplying us with water and snacks, and giving us a wonderful congratulatory breakfast, which included music and dancing by all. I am proud to announce our high school varsity Special Olympic athletes. I would like to say that our athletes have improved so much they are now competing at a higher level. As a team, our 19 athletes won 19 gold medals, 15 silver medals, 8 bronze medals, and 10 ribbons in the following events: the running long jump, the standing long jump, the turbo, the 100-meter race, the 50-meter walk, the softball throw, and the shot put. And I'm proud to announce our athletes. Our first athlete is Christopher Adorno. Alexa Alvarado. Maximus Bexardi. A couple of my athletes couldn't attend tonight. They had transportation issues, and one of them is Angelina Christie. And Aaron Cohen. Next athlete is Jaden Crawley. Adams Dominguez. Hansel Dominguez. These next two athletes couldn't be here, but I'd like to acknowledge them, Jordy Florian and Matthew Hopkin. My next athlete is Teddy Ailardi, and he participated in the swimming events at West Point. This athlete could not be here, Margael Lecoeur. The next athlete, Evan Pavignano. Brian Payne. Anthony Torres. Logan Whitfield. My next Olympian is Dominic Wolf. He is a senior and will be leaving us to attend Orange County Community College Bridges program. Dominic is our team captain and is an integral part of our team and a wonderful role model for our younger athletes. Dominic works very hard. He always supports and encourages our team. Come on up, Dominic. My next Olympian is Stephanie Wolf, who is also a senior, and she is also leaving us to attend Newburgh Campus Bridges program. Steph is our team equipment manager who always supports and encourages her teammates. Come on up, Steph. And last but not least, Olivia Cepeda.
Thank you. Come on now. Come on. Mo. Yeah. All right, so I need some, or we're going to move you. Come on up. Guys are awesome. You look great.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
And up next to recognize our Odyssey of the Mind teams, our Director of Gifted and Talented, Deborah Garling.
Good evening, everyone. Odyssey of the Mind is an international creative program that engages students in learning and allowing their knowledge and creativity and ideas to come up with ideas that have never been thought of before. And it's really amazing to watch them work together. The participants build self-confidence, develop skills, create new friendships, and they're able to recognize and explore their true creative potential. I'm thrilled to say that Monroe-Woodbury has been participating in Odyssey of the Mind for 44 years now. And that's a testament to the board supporting our Creative Crusaders. Thank you for that. This past April, four of our school's 10 teams participated in regionals and won, and were able to move on to the state finals in Syracuse. In addition to the commendations they're getting this evening, State Senator James Skoufis is also awarding them a certificate of recognition of excellence, so they'll be receiving those as well. The first team up tonight is going to be recognized is the high school Problem 1 team, coached by Dory Johnson. This team won first at regionals and placed fourth in the state. The Omers are Sophie Baer, Dylan Escobar, Amara Leitner, Bisma Malik, Lauren Mueller, Nicole Otavio, and Connor Williamson. Do we want to bring them all up? Do that? Bring them all up? Okay. The next team, the next high school team to win was, this team was it's coached by Jacqueline Imhoff, and they were first at regionals and placed fourth in the state. Oh, there's Connor. Hi, Connor. Hey. Oh, Coach Johnson. As I was saying, Coach Imhoff and her team did a wonderful job, and these Omers are Kyle Imhoff, Estar Klein, Gio Laurent, and Justice Worthington. Congratulations, Team Imhoff. Well done, Justice. Well done, team. The third team to be honored tonight is the middle school Problem 2 team, which placed first in the region and in the top 6th in the state. Team Joanne McInerney, Dante Calabresi, and Janet Rivera. These three dynamite coaches coached 3 separate teams all together, and it was amazing to watch them collaborate with each other as they're working with 21 of our Omers. This team is made up of Julia Abersheed, Howen No, Arsheen Sethi, Sophia Valdez, Autumn Wozniak, who I know couldn't be here, she's sick. Same with Tanner Zahara. Congratulations, Team Mac Cal Rivera. As they're having their photo taken, I'm going to jump to the final team we're bringing up tonight, and it's always exciting for me to bring up, I call them the babies, I really shouldn't, but it's an elementary team, and it always excites me because I'm looking down at now at the audience and at the stage of Omers who've been doing this since 3rd grade, because the program runs from 3rd to 12th, and this is where it all begins. So Coach Peterson, well done. Mr. Peterson, he did problem 4, which is the structure problem, which, if you're familiar with Odyssey, is insane. And these kids were awesome. They've placed first at regionals and 5th in the state. Please welcome up Maeve Adler. Noah Austin. Naomi Coe. Alexei Elisenko. Leigh Parody. Samir Malik. And Julia Lapine. Once again, thank you for the board for their support.
How you doing? And up next to recognize our NYSSMA achievements is Mr. Chris Dvorsky, our K-12 Director of Music.
Okay, I have a lot, but I'll try to go quickly. Good evening, everybody. Thank you to the Board of Education and the Cabinet for inviting me to tonight's very special meeting and for helping me to recognize so many of our outstanding students and teachers on their achievements at NYSSMA festivals this year. Let's begin by recognizing our teachers whose ensembles performed at the New York State School Music Association, or NYSSMA, Major Organization Festival. Major Organization, or Majors as we call it, is one of the most important and high-stakes events of the school year for our music department. Teachers prepare their ensemble to the highest level on 3 NYSSMA-approved musical selections. 2 New York State certified adjudicators evaluate every aspect of the performance, from professionalism and poise to musical phrasing and intonation. If you are present, please make your way to the stage when your name is called. Starting at the difficulty level of level 2, our middle school concert band, co-directed by Mr. Adam Conforti and Ryan Walther, earning a gold. My ensemble, the Middle School Symphonic Band, at level 3, gold. Sticking with level 3, the Middle School Sinfonia Orchestra, earning a gold under the direction of Mr. Peter Giorgio. Also at level 3, our Middle School Chamber Chorus, under the direction of Mr. Brian Clark, earning a gold with distinction. Already up on stage is Mr. Ryan Walther with his middle school wind ensemble at level 4, gold.
Thank you, Eric.
And he couldn't be here tonight, but the director of the high school wind ensemble, competing at level 6, gold with distinction, Mr. Richard Reagan. Congratulations to all those teachers. Now on to some of our amazing students. The NYSSMA Solo Festival is perhaps the most important event for the individual musician. Students spend months preparing a solo, as well as mastering a series of scales, rudiments, arpeggios, and sight reading. NYSSMA solos range in difficulty from level 1, or elementary, through level 6, professional. I'm thrilled to announce the Monroe-Woodbury students who performed on a level 6 professional and scored an A+, which is a 97 out of 100 or higher. Please help me welcome to the stage the following students if you are present. You'll be called up alphabetically by last name. First, performing a voice solo, we had Grace Andren. Also on voice, Nina Visconti. Also on voice, Jillian Caleb. Earning a level 6 A+ on 3 separate solos, classical alto sax, classical tenor sax, and jazz alto sax, Chase Cassidy. On voice, Ashley Castillo. On timpani, Daniel Christie. On voice, Samantha Curran. On cello, Molly Foley. On trumpet, Shane Golio. On voice, Joshua Gorlin. On voice, Joseph Druero. Flute, Unbi Jian. Violin, Michaela Kim. French horn, Ben Landris. On voice, Tyler Landusky. Also on voice, David Lanuti. On both voice and flute, earning level 6 A+, Kangun Lee. I know I saw Kangun earlier. On flute, Dia Mangat. On clarinet, Ian Mayer. Trombone, Liam McPeak. Violin, Lauren Mueller. Earning a level 6 on A+ on 2 instruments, snare drum and timpani, James Nickel. And his younger brother on mallets and timpani, 2 instruments as well, William Nickel. Violin, Elizabeth Q. Violin, Zara Rahman. Trombone, Gabriel Ramos. I know she can't be here tonight, but on voice, Alicia Scally. On voice as well, Charlotte Scanlon. On viola, Jack Sheehy. On voice, Daniel Solano. Also on voice, Sophia Theokas. And level 6 A+ on 2 instruments, euphonium and piano. Welcome to the stage, please, Adam Yashtin. Congratulations to all these wonderful students. Monroe-Woodbury continues to shine at the NISMA festivals and elsewhere. The success of the department begins with the fundamental skills taught by our elementary general music staff in as early as kindergarten and continues right through high school. And there are a few other accolades I'd like to point out department-wide before I exit the stage. I'll go kind of quickly. This was all especially evident this spring, with 6 of our high school ensembles performing in different competitions. 2 weeks ago, our high school symphonic orchestra, symphonic band, and treble chorus participated in the Music in the Parks competition in Massachusetts, with all 3 ensembles earning first place in their class. Plus, the band and orchestra earned best overall in their genre. Congratulations to those students and their teachers, Mr. Champlin, Mr. Petroselli, and Dr. Crone. About a month prior to that, in April, or end of April, our high school voice ensemble, chamber orchestra, and wind ensemble performed at the World Strides Heritage Festival music competition outside of Philadelphia, competing against schools from the Eastern Seaboard, as far away south as Florida, as far west as the Midwest, and as far north as Canada. These 3 ensembles earned the highest ratings as well as first place in each of their respective categories. Our wind ensemble was the group closest to a perfect score in the entire competition, and we had 2 individual students, Ashley Castillo from the voice ensemble and Max Hershkowitz from the chamber orchestra, who earned the prized soloist award. So very much congratulations to those students and their teachers, Dr. Crone, Mrs. Byrne, Mr. Reagan. And finally, I promise I'll get off the stage. The Monroe-Woodbury community has been recognized by the NAM Foundation for its outstanding support of music education, receiving for the 12th year in a row a Best Community for Music Education recognition. Congratulations to the department, the community, and the district. Thank you.
Hold on, Mr. Taborski. You have to get your certificate. Mr. Taborski. And up next to recognize our bus safety poster contest winners, Dawn Russell, the Director of Transportation.
Hi. This evening I have with me my Assistant Director, Jessie Lazar, and she's going to help at the end give the students their wonderful posters. I'd like to start out by saying thank you. Our school bus safety poster contest could never be as successful as it is without the cooperation of so many people. And this includes not only our talented students, but also our administrators, the teachers, secretaries, the transportation staff who visit the schools to judge the posters that hang proudly up and down the hall. So it's really a beautiful sight to see. And I'd just like to give a shout out to our school bus drivers who inspire our students to be safe bus riders. So we'll now begin by announcing our poster contest winners. For that, I need my glasses. Elizabeth Ayaso. Joseph Barty. Carlos Barrera Garcia. Gianna Besserell. Christian Castro Barosa. Kisi Contreras Urias. Ruby Duffy. Alexander Zizik. Seth Emmanuel Garcia. Isabella Gethman. Riley Gobeller. Catherine Gomez Rodriguez. Ethan Gonzalez. Madigan Gray. Edith Guzman. Next, Sherilyn Hernandez Rodas. Jesus Herrera Villegas. Madeline Hoffman. Nicole Huang. Tori Hofstede. Laura Joseph. Sheba Kakande. Violet Korba. Elisa Lee Lin. Valentina Marcus. Andy Pierce. Litzy Ramos Castillo. Ariana Regalado. Olivia Rusica. Olivia's poster that she's going to receive a copy of tonight is made it to the National Transportation Conference where it's going to be judged. So congratulations, Olivia. Leanna Sanchez. Jonathan Villegas. Athena Xavier. And Harmony Yoon. Thank you again to everyone involved in making this year's school bus safety poster contest such a success. Thank you very much.
Okay, up next are our Seal of Biliteracy winners. The New York State Seal of Biliteracy recognizes high school graduates who have attained a high level of proficiency in listening, speaking, reading, and writing in one or more languages in addition to English. The New York State Seal of Biliteracy acknowledges the importance of being bilingual in today's global society. It highlights the hard work and achievement of students and encourages students to pursue language study while in school. The recognition of attaining biliteracy becomes part of a high school transcript and diploma for the students and is a statement of accomplishment for future employers as well as for college applications. This year, we have 35 graduates achieving the Seal of Biliteracy in one world language and 3 graduates achieving the Seal of Biliteracy in 2 world languages. They demonstrated proficiency in the following languages: Spanish, French, and Italian, all of which are offered here at the high school, as well as 1 student who demonstrated proficiency in Haitian Creole. Each student will receive a certificate as well as a medallion that is awarded to them on behalf of the State Education Department. The following students have achieved the Seal of Biliteracy in 1 world language: Samantha Apostolico, Sophie Baer, Jamie Caleb, Grace Salea, Adrian Cueva, congratulations, Kevin Duffy, Brendan Duffy, Ariana Eisner, Ryan Israti, it's a great job. Congratulations. Azel Felix, congratulations. Leanne Fernandez, congratulations. Emma Filanow, Vincent Formasano, congratulations. Matthew Graves, congrats. Darius Gutierrez, Congratulations. Jules Johanneman. Abigail Joseph. Burhan Khan. Congratulations. Stephanie Kwong. Congratulations. Jasmine Leon Martinez. Congratulations. Ciara LaRusso. Pablo Morales. Congratulations. Carlos Ortiz Cruz. Gavin O'Sullivan. Dennis Palacios. Jacqueline Patino. Congratulations. Alan Salas Garza. Angel Salas Garza. Sophia Salazar. Alexa Spagna. Congratulations. Morgan Tamweber. Congratulations. John Ursioli. Congratulations. Audrey Whitfield. Congratulations. Madeline Williams. Connor Williamson. Congratulations. And receiving the seal of biliteracy in 2 world languages, Neela Anglade. Kendra Contreras. And Daphne Davila. That's it. Congratulations. Next is the New York State Seal of Civic Readiness. New York State began offering the Seal of Civic Readiness during the 2021-2022 school year for school districts to recognize students possessing high-level proficiency in civic knowledge and having demonstrated civic participation. Monroe-Woodbury applied to the State Ed Department in order to offer the Seal of Civic Readiness and was approved for this school year, the 2023 school year. And I'm proud to announce that we have 19 graduating seniors who are achieving the seal in our inaugural year of offering it. The recognition of attaining the Seal of Civic Readiness also becomes part of the high school transcript and diploma. In order to demonstrate proficiency in civic knowledge, recipients must show high achievement in their social studies courses and standardized assessments, and demonstrate civic participation through completing a combination of projects, taking courses that promote civic engagement, and/or participating in extracurricular activities that promote civic engagement. Each of our Seal of Civic Readiness recipients will receive a certificate as well as recognition in next week's graduation program. Please congratulate the following students for earning the Seal of Civic Readiness. Colin Catherwood. Congratulations. Way to go. Abigail Conley. Congrats. Ashley Frieda. Liam Gaffney. Congratulations. Matthew Gorlin. Congratulations. Jules Johanneman. Ramneet Kaur. Yoon Seo Lee. Annalise Lugo. Congratulations. Ava Mayer. Congratulations. Visaki Miriapali. Ellen Detal. Matthew Q. Congratulations. Akshaya Ramachandran. Congratulations. Sophia Salazar. Ashok Satyamurthy. Audrey Whitfield. Congratulations. Madeline Williams. And Morgan Yap. Congratulations, everyone. Up next are our art purchase recognitions.
I'm going to turn it over to the committee, Mr. Evans, Mr. Reynolds, and Mr. Israti.
Good evening, everyone. Jamel Evans, Dan Israti, Jeffrey Reynolds. We were the art committee for this year. So this is on the fly. We did not plan anything. So we want to just say thank you to everyone that created the beautiful artwork for us to choose from. There was a lot of talent. I'm not going to speak for both of them, but I will say that being a past art major at Monroe-Woodbury, the skill level has just improved over the decades, and it's so evident that they have incredible teachers and incredible staff supporting them, and also incredible talent naturally. So I'm very thankful that everything that they've been creating is something that they're going to hopefully continue to create. Please don't let your artistic ability and your creativity end in high school. Let it begin here and keep growing. So with that, I will say, I guess we'll welcome up the one person I chose, Jamie Caleb. I was nothing to actually come up, sorry, I'm saying thank you. Say your name.
I don't remember. I don't know much about art. Go to the art show, lots of fantastic things. Lots of things jump out at you that are just amazing. I remember seeing, I think it was an owl, and it was just like ridiculously good from an elementary school kid. Things that I could never possibly think about drawing. I picked a piece. It just sort of jumped out at me. So congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to all the senior art majors. And you guys do amazing work. It's just incredible.
I'd just like to say congratulations to all those who participated. It was a very hard choice. We spent almost 2 hours, I think, going through multiple times to make our decision. So as Jamel said, keep going and follow your dreams in your art world. Thank you again.
Thank you, everyone.
Next up, we have recognition of athletic achievements presented by Mr. Howard Harrison, Director of Athletics.
Good evening, good evening. Oh, wow. Thank you all for being here tonight. The athletic year was a tremendous success. The student athletes worked hard and were committed to be the best student athletes they can be. I want to thank the coaches, parents, community members, administration, central office, Board of Education for your support. Through that support, Monroe-Woodbury continues to be one of the best athletic programs and departments in the state. Here are some of our accomplishments for this year. We have 12 division championships, 12 section championships, 1 league championships, 1 sub-regional championship. And we also were able to attain the New York State Federation Championship in cross country, indoor track and field. Indoor track and field 4x800 meter relay state champion. Indoor and outdoor? Yeah. Indoor, excuse me. Indoor. And we also had indoor and outdoor track 3,200 meter state champion this year. We're not done. As well as the Nike National Championship in the 4x mile relay. I'd like to acknowledge some of the athletes who took care of this accomplishment. Right now we have Colin Gilstrap, who is the state champion in the 3,200 meters indoor and outdoor, as well as the Gatorade Player of the Year. Can you please come up, grab a certificate? We also have our 3,200 meter relay state championship team. We have Colin Catherwood. Gavin Catherwood. John Usioli and Colin Gilstrap again. While these young men are up here, they were also part of the New York State Federation cross-country championship team. Shane Golio. Yvonne Ryan. Oliver Jibb. Colin Catherwood. Colin Gilstrap. Gavin Catherwood. And John Ucioli. I would also like to recognize OCIA Senior Scholar Athletes, Stephanie Kwong. And Colin Catherwood. Don't go anywhere yet, Colin. There you go. Congratulations. What's going on? The athletic department was also the OCIA Scholar Athlete Team School of Excellence. So that's something to be very proud of as a unit. And also we have 43 athletes continuing on to college to pursue their education and to compete athletically. This was a great year for the Monroe-Woodbury Athletic Department. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Next up is presentation of the yearbooks to the Board of Education.
Good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce our co-advisors, one of our co-advisors for our yearbook club and some of our yearbook club members at the middle school. They have worked very hard to put together a fantastic product that I'm sure our middle school students and families will enjoy for years to come. And with that, I would like to introduce one of our co-advisors, Danielle Roman.
Hello. Here tonight to present the yearbooks are Holly Romeo and Sofia Enriquez. These two individuals spent a combined 120 hours working on the yearbook. They are two of the greatest members we've ever had.
Hello, my name is Sophia, and I would like to present to you the 2023 Monroe-Woodbury Middle School Yearbook. Our theme this year is Our Time to Shine. This year, we added a lot of new things in the yearbook that we are very proud of. We used textures on the cover, added 16 more pages inside, and displayed our 8th graders in a fold that you can find on page 64. I'm especially proud of the Go Gold and Go Pink events on page 4 and 5 because I designed them.
Hi, my name is Holly, and I'm very happy to share with you the yearbook that we created. In this year's book, we featured some new events that took place in the middle school. One of these events was the door decorating contest that you can find on pages 10 and 11 that we both participated in with our advisory. I designed these 2 pages as well as the welcome back pages and 6 through 15. I enjoyed being a part of the yearbook club, and Sophia and I are currently designing the cover for next year's book.
The Yearbook Club wants to thank everyone who helped make this year's yearbook a success. Thank you to all the students, teachers, staff, Ms. Guerra, administration, and the Board of Education.
I just also want to thank Laura Kiernan, who is our other co-advisor that could not be here this evening. So a big thank you to Mrs. Kiernan, Mrs. Roman, and all of our yearbook students at the middle school. They did a great job. Thanks so much.
Thank you. The yearbooks look fantastic. Next up, we have a recognition for retiring Student Board of Education representative.
It's a high school.
Sorry?
The high school is next.
Oh, the high
They're
school.
on to your right, coming up.
No, that's fine. Come on up. I'm moving it along.
That's fine. I'm going to move it quickly for you.
No, that's fine.
Promise. Okay. Good evening. My name is Rachel Rosario, and I have had the pleasure of advising a tenacious, dedicated group of young creatives alongside my best friend and coworker, Carrie Stancarone. Unfortunately, many of our yearbook members were unable to attend this evening as they are studying for tomorrow's exams. This year provided yet another opportunity to work with some of Monroe-Woodbury's best students while creating the largest high school yearbook for Monroe to date. It is 408 pages, weighing in at a whopping 2.5 pounds of awesome. On behalf of my club, we would like to congratulate the graduating class of 2023, say thank you to all of the staff and the community members who have supported us in this journey. In addition, congrats to Carrie Stancarone for not only surviving but thriving in her first official year of yearbook as an advisor. To our senior staff members, you all rocked it. And here is Paige Connington. She's one of our senior editors, and she's just going to briefly tell you about the book.
Good evening. My name is Paige Connington, and I'm one of the senior editors of the Monroe-Woodbury Yearbook Club. I started in the yearbook club in middle school, and I couldn't wait to join in high school. I joined as a freshman, and I loved every minute and every hour that has been spent on the yearbooks. I'm so very proud to be here tonight to present it to you. At the end of last year, I was the only junior in the club. As a junior, your responsibility is to come up with a theme for the yearbook. I noticed that we tend to focus a lot on the sports and not a lot on the arts or drama. So I decided we should do a Broadway-themed book to bring some light to the arts. We designed and decided on a final act. The final act means it's the last show of the closing night, and you're moving on to your next big thing. The senior class of 2023 had their final act, and this year is their playbill. This club, or rather family, has brought me many good friends and memories. We worked on this book since May of last year. My favorite page of the book is the breast cancer spread. So many friends and family and teachers have been affected, and it is a tribute to all those we love. This club is very involved with the breast cancer walk. I was able to take photos, put the pictures in, and write the article underneath it. To my advisors, Ms. Rosario and Ms. Stancarone, I will always remember how much you pushed me to do better and try harder. To the members this year, you will always be in my memories and heart. My favorite memory will be our small K-pop group, Simimoli. To the Board of Education, Superintendent Rodriguez, and our high school administration, thank you for continued support and our efforts. We hope you enjoyed our final act. And to the seniors, and to quote Big Time Rush, we are alive and we are the light that's shining now. We are the reckless, and you can hear us drowning out the sound. We are, young and dumb, always chasing something. We are, hearts like drums, you can hear us coming. We are.
Sorry about jumping the gun there before. Next up, recognition for retiring Student Board Education Representative. The Board of Education would like to thank Jenna for the leadership and professionalism she demonstrated in her role as student representative of the Board of Education. It's hard to believe it's already time again to celebrate the achievements of all of the bright young minds in our district as they move to complete their high school education. Graduation from high school is a major life milestone, and not only do we celebrate our student board representative, Jenna Rowan Delson, but we acknowledge and celebrate the accomplishments of each and every MW graduate as they move forward on their next great adventure. In her tenure as student board representative, Jenna has worked closely with fellow students, listening, interacting, and supporting their thoughts and ideas. She is an articulate and well-spoken individual who, through her behaviors and actions, has demonstrated significant leadership competencies in her role. Her work with fellow students and her reports back on initiatives were inspiring. We wish Jenna unbridled success, growth, learning, and some fun in her college experience, and hope she will keep us updated on her progress as she moves forward. Thank you for occupying your role with dignity and grace in support of our students. Be safe, stay well. Please come up and get your certificate.
Hold on, Jenna, hold on. Can we just take the whole board? So you're part of the board, the whole board, you guys. Awesome.
If I can ask the board to stay up here, because I think we're going to have another photo op in a second. Next up, recognition for a retiring board member, Mr. Dan Israti. After a decade of dedicated service to our district, Mr. Israti made a decision this year to complete his term and retire from his role as BOE trustee. On behalf of the Board of Education, I want to thank you for your passion and drive in support of our students and for your unwavering performance in your role these past 10 years. You've been an inspiration to us all. Dan is a passionate individual who can be relied upon to provide sound counsel and is someone who will vehemently support what is right and just. Your vision and leadership helped us to buttress our children and encourage them to grow into a community of learners, which has made a difference in the lives of so many. Our mission hasn't changed and won't change with the onboarding of a new BOE trustee. We are indebted to Dan for supporting our ability to continually work towards that mission. Under his guidance and support, the district was able to continue to grow and evolve in service to our students, employees, and the community. Please join us in wishing Dan well in retirement from our Board of Trustees, and thank you on behalf of all of us for all you did in helping our students to express their creativity and learn the skills necessary to be successful in their future careers and beyond. You will be missed.
I'm going to speak, yeah. Everybody knows how much I love to talk at the end of the meetings. So I figured I'd use this opportunity. 9 years went by in a flash. The meetings, not so quick. But, Monroe-Woodbury, it's been exciting over the past time. COVID, cyber attack, but there are also a lot of fun things and good things going on at the same time. We put the fields in. I got to drive a school bus. Those things, make part of the job great. Monroe-Woodbury is a big machine. You don't realize how many different moving parts there are to its day-to-day operation. And there's so many people who make this district what it is. And that's why I moved here in the first place. I want to thank TAs, the aides, the bus drivers, food service workers, buildings and grounds, personnel, custodians, security guards, secretary and clerical, building admin, and the ones that are nearest and dearest to my heart, because I've been doing it for 24 years, the teachers. I always felt that public education was one of the only great things that government ever did. It allows a kid to come into the building, leave all their baggage at home, doesn't worry about what's happening outside, doesn't worry about what's in their bank account, and whatever that kid wants to do, how far they want to go, they can succeed. And that really is one of the greatest things about our school system, is that our kids come in, we give them the tools, and they go off and they do wonderful things. I also want to wish luck to Norris Robinson, who's going to be taking my seat. I think she's going to be a great addition to the board. I want to thank my wife for putting up with me not being home for all these evenings throughout the years, missing important days, which she did very well, not complaining about it. And most of all, I want to thank the voters who put me here for 3 terms, saw fit to have me serve, and I hope that I serve them well. As for it, Mike, I think everybody's ready for recess. Everybody have a great night.
Thank you, Dan. At this point, we're going to adjourn for a 15-minute recess. There are snacks being served in the cafeteria. There will be no board business discussed during this recess.
Yes.
Are they good? They're good now.
No, not your kind of food. Not your and my kind of food.
There's no meat.
It's like
You're good.
We're ready? Excellent, thank you.
Get the Pendragon.
We'd like to go back into the meeting of the Board of Education. During the recess, no board business was discussed. First up is questions and/or comments from interested citizens. I have one person who registered, Zayed Kadir. Would you come up to speak, please? Down there. That's fine.
Good afternoon. Before I begin, I would like to congratulate Sergey Kaufman, Michael Sorello, and Norris Robinson for their successful elections. I apologize if I mispronounced any of your names. Also, the Monroe-Woodbury Islamic Center has created a petition with over 200 signatures, and I would like to hand it to you along with an information packet about Eid and a transcript of my speech, if I could. Now, let me introduce myself. My name is Zayed Kadir, and I am a Muslim student at Monroe-Woodbury High School. Alongside Bisma Malik and Sawa Jordan, I have been working to represent the Muslim student population here in the Monroe-Woodbury Central School District. The Islamic community celebrates two holidays, those being Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. Eid al-Fitr is known as the festival of breaking the fast. It marks the end of the holy month of Ramadan. During Ramadan, Muslims fast from dawn till dusk, focusing on spiritual reflection, devotion, and charity. Eid al-Fitr is a joyous celebration where families and communities come together to express gratitude, exchange gifts, and share festive meals. Similarly, Eid al-Adha, known as the Festival of Sacrifice, commemorates a story of the prophet Ibrahim, better known as Abraham. The holiday represents selflessness, compassion, and the importance of sacrificing for the greater good. Muslims observe this occasion through shared meals and quality time with their families. In Islamic tradition, both holidays involve a morning congregation at the mosque and a communal prayer. I understand that the 2023-2024 school year's calendar has already been decided and that it cannot be changed now. However, the 2024 to 2025 calendar has not yet been decided, and I am requesting that the Monroe-Woodbury Central School District give off for both Eids. The Muslim population in New York State is rapidly growing, with over 1 million Muslims currently residing in the state. In Orange County alone, the estimated Muslim population is around 7,000 people. The Islamic community of Orange County has experienced significant growth in the past decade. The Monroe Mosque, which has grown around 30% in the last decade. Current estimates suggest that the Muslim population in New York will soon surpass the Jewish population in the next decade. The growing population of Muslims in New York State has been acknowledged by the State Education Department. For the 2024 school year, June 17th, which coincides with Eid al-Adha, as well as Regents Week, has been designated a rating day due to many schools being closed for the observance of the holiday. Several school districts in New York State already provide days off for both Eids, including New York City, Yonkers, New Rochelle, Clarkstown, Buffalo, and Newburgh. Me and some other Muslim students are currently working to compile a list of school districts across New York State that give off for Eid that will be sent to the Board of Education as soon as possible. The date for Eid is determined by the Islamic calendar, which is a lunar calendar and does not align with the Gregorian calendar every year. Consequently, Eid often falls on weekdays. For the 2024-2025 school year, the tentative dates for Eid are Monday, March 31st for Eid al-Fitr and Friday, June 6th for Eid al-Adha. This puts students and parents in a difficult situation. While absences for religious reasons are excused, even one missed day can cause a student to fall behind academically. I know many of the Muslim students that attend this school district, and I can attest to how many of them are hardworking students that truly try their best every day. Many of them take honors and AP courses. The issue of falling behind rings even more important for those students, as AP and honors courses have increased difficulty, which makes the consequences of missing one day even more devastating. I've heard stories of children whose parents made them attend school on Eid, as well as students who chose to celebrate Eid and consequently miss important exams. The choice between attending school and celebrating a religious holiday should not be one students and parents have to make. The Islamic community of Monroe-Woodbury is growing rapidly, and it's crucial for the school district to recognize our presence and acknowledge our need for the time off during our holidays. It's more than just a day off. It's ensuring that Muslim students do not fall behind. I thank you for your time and attention on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Kadir. Next up, we have updates on questions or comments raised from interested citizens from the prior board meeting.
Yes, our last regular board meeting was actually April 12th, and we had a young man and a group of students who, I'll speak about the first group of students who talked about a theater club. And they talked about the fact that the theater club was not being funded by the district. And so I have two parts to this. The school district does not fund theater clubs. However, the play is part of our theater program. So what we have done is we've gone back and we have appropriated 3 lines in our budget. And the first line is going to ensure that we pay for the rights to the play. The second line is going to be for the props and costumes. And the third line will be for supplies. That will be for the high school, the middle school, and the 3 to 5 buildings where we currently have plays. What we've done is we've taken a look at what they have historically spent throughout the last couple of years, and we've allotted that amount of money to the various lines for the various schools. Booster clubs can still continue to raise money, but it would really raise money just to enhance the production, not pay for the production. I also wanted to share the fact that there was some discussion about that we're not supporting the theater program, and I just wanted to let everyone know that currently at the middle school we're going through the lighting project. So we're going to redo all of the lighting project at the middle school auditorium so that when they have a play, they have an appropriate lighting. We met with several of the staff there, and they had shared that the lighting was actually as old as the building. And so we felt it was really important to be able to change all of that. So if you visited the middle school lately, you'll see that the walls have been painted, the rugs have been changed, and we're currently going to be doing the lighting at the middle school. That takes a little bit of time and expense, and our goal is to have it completed by mid-September. That is the hope. The second young man who got up to speak spoke about CTEC, and he was very concerned that a program that he wanted to attend was not necessarily available to him. Without going into further details, I do want to say that Dr. Hassler did meet with the family and did meet with the son, and they have discussed the options for that young man. So those are the 2 follow-ups that I have.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, may I just ask if you have the financial piece in front of you or where we can find it on the website?
I do not have it in front of me. No, I don't.
Okay. So it's on the website, though, as far as like
No,
the budget?
no, we have to allocate the money, so
Okay.
we have a tentative amount, and we will put it on in the budget.
Okay.
So it'll be a budget line item.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have presentations. The first one is the middle school advisory update.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank the Board of Education, Superintendent Rodriguez, the Central Administration for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Mrs. Dudgeon, one of our assistant principals, is joining me to present some of our findings on the scheduling committee. I know that Dr. Hassler mentioned last week that we had a scheduling committee as one of our goals this year at the middle school. And out of that committee came the recommendation to examine advisory in particular. So with that, we'd like to provide some additional updates on changes that we are planning to make and that we have made the recommendation to Superintendent Rodriguez for the 23-24 school year. So as Dr. Hassler mentioned last week, the middle school, we administered a staff survey. It went out to our 270 staff members. We had 94 staff members respond to that survey, specifically for advisory. And it was overwhelming in that response. Again, we had 94 responses, so about a third of the staff responded and indicated that they would like a change in advisory from our current schedule, specifically moving it from the beginning of the school day. So you can see in the monitor below. So you can see that advisory starts at 8:15. It ends at 8:32. Our first period does not start until 8:35. This is our current schedule as it exists. The periods 4 through 7, it's highlighted. That indicates our house color lunch period. So that's all that those highlights mean. But as of right now, our periods are 40 minutes in length. We have 3 minutes of passing time in between each period, with the exception of period 9, which is actually 41 minutes in length. And that additional minute was put in place to allow for end of the day announcements and things like that if necessary. So going back to when advisory was designed and implemented long before I was there and Mrs. Dudgeon was there when the middle school first opened up, I think the intent behind advisory was to provide students with academic and social emotional support from a consistent, trusted adult. And I think over the period of time, for various reasons, that has been more challenging to accomplish in the middle school setting. Needs of students have changed, scheduling has changed, pullouts that are happening. So there's various reasons why it's becoming more and more challenging, and we're going to kind of talk about some of those specifically. So the current challenges that we are facing today, and this has been my observation in this year, first and foremost, the student absences and tardiness has been a real challenge this year. And when you have student absences and lateness to school, that's going to have a direct impact on instruction, of course, if you're not there. So I did a breakdown of month by month student tardiness and student absences for advisory. And if we want to use the most recent data from the month of May, this past month of May, we had 1,152 occurrences of tardiness in advisory throughout the month of May, which breaks down to an average of about 52 kids are being late each day for advisory. Continue that to how many students are missing advisory altogether, but coming to school for first period or later in the day. So we had 2,242 occurrences in the month of May where students miss advisory altogether, and those are unexcused absences. So they're not due to illness or other excused absences. These are over 2,000 occurrences just in 1 month, averaging 102 students a day missed advisory altogether. So when you add those two numbers together, that's 154 students. That's about 10% of our population that is not attending advisory first thing in the morning. That presents a number of challenges, obviously instructionally, but also the management of students as well, and I'll get into that. Just to backtrack a little bit more, the highest number of tardies in a single month on an average was back in March, where we averaged 59 tardies per day. And for unexcused absences in advisory, back in December was 115 that we averaged per day. So the numbers fluctuated month to month, But the month of May was a good indication of the average that we were facing on a daily basis. So this could be for a number of reasons. I think in particular, and I always hate to blame anything on or bring up COVID, but I do think that as a result of COVID, more and more parents have been driving their kids to school, and they're not taking the transportation provided by the school. So we have a large number of cars, the staff will tell you, that are lined up between 8 o'clock and really 8:35 to when that first period starts. I think that I don't know how much emphasis is being placed on making sure that kids are getting to school on time to attend advisory. So we have kids that are coming late to first period on an everyday basis as well, because you have a number of cars that are lined up. Kids are getting there to school late. We said that on average 52 students in the month of May. Those 52 students are now coming into the building after advisory starts. They're all lined up at the attendance window, so you have like a horseshoe line of students, of kids waiting to go through attendance, get their pass. They still need to go to their lockers and then find their way to advisory if they get there, which by that time many of them have missed advisory and are even late to first period. So we have on an average in the month of May, we had 14 students that were late to that missed advisory altogether, were late to first period, but did get there at some point during first period. So that's a lot of kids that are coming in late to school to start their day. And that presents a management standpoint for us at the middle school, because we have great, tremendous safety officers, but a lot of them are outside because we have so many cars that are backed up down the street. So they're out there in the parking lot, and now we have less in the building, but yet we have all of these kids who are coming late and kind of wandering the building, and it's more of a challenge to make sure that we are getting them into advisory. So the management has also been a challenge in that regard. The length of advisory, I think that because of the number of kids that are tardy and missing advisory, kids that are being pulled out, the class size and the number of kids that you have in advisory is decreasing on a day-to-day basis. So it's becoming more and more challenging to accomplish the goals originally that were set for advisory, during a 17-minute period, that you don't have a large number of kids attending on an everyday basis. So the length has proposed a challenge. The loss of instructional time. So in addition to the kids that are missing instructional time, particularly for that first period, that are late because they're not going to advisory and now they're late to first period, each minute that they're late is a loss of instructional time. At the end of the day, we also have a large number of students that are missing out on instruction during period 9 because they are leaving the building early for extracurricular events, athletics, music, etc. And don't get me wrong, we are very proud of our students and want to, absolutely promote them participating in these types of events. But the reality is that they are missing instructional time. We had, which is an incredible accomplishment, we had 749 students in the middle school participate in athletics this school year over the 3 seasons, which is incredible. But again, if each of those students they're going away for 6, 7, 8 away games per season, those are 6, 7, 8 times per season that they are leaving the building during period 9 when they have core academics and instruction is still going on. Music, the numbers aren't quite as much. We had 93 students that left due to some all-county festivals throughout the school year. But again, you have students that are leaving early. If we were able to adjust the schedule so that it didn't have so much of an impact on that instructional time, that was a recommendation of our scheduling committee. The end of the day announcements, again, we allow for 1 additional minute at the end of the day, but the reality is that the announcements do take much longer than 1 minute at the end of the day for a couple of reasons. One, you have a large number of students that are late to advisory that are missing the announcements to begin with in the beginning of the day, and then also obviously for unforeseen things that come up throughout the day, we have to make those additional announcements, which again interrupts instruction during that period 9. Challenges due to dismissal from period 9. Our dismissal process is challenging as it's designed right now. We have our students, they go to the period 9 class, they go to their lockers, and then they go to the buses. So during that time, as the schedule is right now, it was created so that students, to try to make the dismissal process go smoother in theory, are being dismissed at 2:58 from the top floor. So again, that's actually a couple more minutes of lost instructional time. They're leaving at 2:58 to try to get the students to their lockers and then be able to clear the second floor. The safety officers then go down to the first floor, and while students are still going to their lockers, they're coming from upstairs to downstairs to go to their lockers, and it's a challenge to get 1,700 middle school age students to go to their lockers and get to their bus in a timely manner. So it's taking, on average, our last bus leaves in between probably 3:10 and 3:15 every day, which then holds up our pickup process, because our pickups don't start until after all of our buses leave. They're parked down at the high school, and now we have the long line of cars that are picking their kids up in the afternoon, which could then go until about 3:30 in the afternoon. So we, as a scheduling committee, proposed a new schedule that we are hoping alleviates some of these concerns. With the new proposed schedule, you can take a look. You see that we are proposing that first period start at 8:15 and not start with advisory. We still would continue with 40-minute periods, with the exception of period 1. We have built 5 additional minutes into that first period to allow for morning announcements and then also time for classes to take attendance. There would still be 3 minutes of passing time in between periods 1 through 9, and then we would allow for 5 minutes at the end of period 9 for students to go to their lockers prior to going to their advisory. And this would be so that they have all of their belongings, they take it with them into advisory, and then at the end of advisory at 3 o'clock, they would be dismissed directly to the buses. And the hope is that if they have all of their belongings, they're not having to go upstairs, downstairs, across the building, and we can get kids out in a faster manner. We can get kids on buses, we can get the buses out, and then we can have parents come and pick up their kids, speeding up that entire process. The other change would be that advisory, because of the time added on to period 1 and also the passing time in between period 9 and advisory, advisory would be shortened to 11 minutes in length, and we'll talk about what that will look like with the new schedule highlights. So obviously the hope of this is that we will decrease school tardiness, that there will be a greater emphasis put on that. School starts at 8:15, it's period 1, it's your core academics. We need you to be in class starting at 8:15, and we're hoping that that helps with morning arrivals and drop-offs, and also making sure that kids are in school for the full day. Obviously, a smoother dismissal process, I kind of just mentioned that already. Making the kids would have all of their belongings at the end of advisory. They would then just be escorted right to the buses. Everybody leaves at the same time. We could have safety on both floors, getting kids out smoother and more efficiently. We're hoping with the new schedule that there's more instructional time for students to leave early to attend school-related functions, particularly athletics and music. These types of things would occur at the very end or after period 9, usually around 2:40, 2:45, and in our proposed schedule, period 9 would end at 2:44. So kids would have more instructional time period 1 if they're not late, and then also period 9 as well if they're not leaving early. Advisory, what we would kind of transform advisory into is we would ask advisors to wrap up the day with students. And this kind of takes me back to when I was a 5th grade teacher, when I would say, okay, end of the day, everybody, let's take out your planners and let's look at everything that we need to do to bring home for tonight so that you have all of your materials. It's, I think, a little bit easier for students to think about that at the very end of the day. They have advisory. If they forgot something, they have that time to go to their locker and get their things and bring it back to advisory, so they have everything ready to go, and it's more of a checks and balances system for them, and hopefully then that leads to stronger academic performance, a higher completion of assignments, because kids aren't leaving things in school. A lot of times kids aren't able to get back to the building to get their materials, so we're hoping that this checks and balances system leads to higher academic performance as well. So we would focus on making sure, again, end of the day wrap up with students, making sure they have their assignments and materials.
We could allow for end-of-the-day announcements during that time. It would not take away from instructional time in period 9. We would still use the time for guidance counselors and administrators to meet with individual students. We do that now and during advisory for check-ins and things like that. Our dean, Mrs. Carr, she would still continue doing student mediation sessions during advisory. This is a time where we call kids out to acknowledge their positive efforts, random acts of kindness. We have our Purple Pride Awards. This is when we would do our Crusader Cash redemption. Student council, they organize a bunch of events after school. They would be able to be released during this time to be able to organize that. We're hoping that the AV Club would be able to provide a weekend review on Fridays that we can show during advisory. That really highlights, a lot of the times, again, we have all of these kids that are missing morning announcements because they're not here. If we do a week in the review with our AV club where we could broadcast something through the smart boards, then we can interview kids, we can highlight things that they're doing, show accomplishments. We just did a reflections breakfast, yesterday. We could show that on the screen, and so all of the kids, so that they're getting a little bit more recognition, and it promotes a more, positive school climate for all kids as well. So those are all things that we would incorporate into the advisory as an 11-minute period rather than 17. And then our new schedule review, essentially changing advisory, it's being recommended for 3 reasons: to improve our attendance rate, to increase instructional time and our student seat time in classes, and then to allow for smoother and more efficient building processes. Ultimately, we hope that that leads to higher academic performance and less student management concerns. So these are some of the ways that in a year, the scheduling committee would sit down and we would review how effective was this new model. We would evaluate the student attendance data and compare it to what it is now, evaluate our student management data. What are the referrals looking like before, during advisory or before school starts? Are we having less kids cut first period or advisory because we're starting school at 8:15 with a core academic subject for period 1? Our average departure time for buses, are we able to get buses out and streamline our pickup process, which I know there have been concerns raised by parents for that. Then lastly, we would conduct a follow-up survey with our staff. Again, we would send it out to the same staff that we send the initial survey to get their feedback, and then, last and certainly not least, to evaluate any academic performance to see have there been academic gains based on an increase in, hopefully, attendance and instructional time, particularly in those periods 1 and 9. So that is our proposal for next school year. I think that a lot of our teachers are excited about this, and I think that a lot of great things can come from it for our students and staff. So we're hoping to move forward with this proposal.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So looking at it, it seems like the issues obviously are absences and tardiness, and I don't know how this changes absences. And maybe I missed it. Maybe you could elaborate on that. And then I'm just curious with tardiness, like how you deal with it now. Now, it's coming from me. I went to Catholic school, so I had my wrist slapped or something for things like that. But what do you guys do to?
I mean, we talk to yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. We talk to students. We talk to families. We obviously encourage them to get to school on time, but there is nothing that we can essentially do.
Is there no negative?
We can't give like a disciplinary referral because a kid is late to school, because that may be out of their control. They're not driving themselves to school and things like that. I mean, obviously we have transportation, but we can't necessarily penalize a kid for not getting themselves on that bus in the morning. So it's something that we try to work with families on. But that is why it's one of the challenges is the number of kids that are coming late to school. And I think because the idea is that advisory starts at 8:15 and not maybe math or social studies or ELA or one of their encore areas, that it's okay if they miss advisory. Like, it's fine. Like, if we get there at 8:25 or 8:30 or maybe even 8:35 when period 1 starts, like, that's when we really need to get them there, because that's when school essentially starts as far as their academic day goes.
But then wouldn't they also say, well, it's advisory at the end of the day, I'll just come and pick up my kid early? Because I thought you said that they already have a lot of people at the end of the day coming to pick up their kid.
No, that was for students that were being dismissed early to attend extracurricular events. So not necessarily for pickups. We have a lot of pickups just like we do for drop-offs for just their typical pickups at dismissal time, but that happens at after 3 o'clock. So cars wait at the high school, and they come up the side road, and they're allowed up once the buses leave, which happens at about 3:15. So parents sometimes start to wait there because they want to get a good spot online, I've heard, sometimes at like 2:30, 2:40, waiting to be able to go through and pick up their kids at 3 o'clock. But at the middle school, we don't allow for, we ask that we don't interrupt instruction so that kids aren't being picked up, in between 2:40 and 3 o'clock. So it should help with that. And the reality is, too, if they've already had all of their core subjects, period 1 through 9, we're hoping that still increases the amount of time that they're there for the school day. We're cutting advisory down from 17 to 11 minutes, but we typically try to avoid having kids be picked up, randomly at certain times, like, 2:40 or after 2:40, we ask for them to wait until 3 o'clock.
And the last thing, if I heard it right, absences are about twice as frequent as tardiness, from what you were saying, right? About 100 absences?
That's for advisory, specifically for advisory. Kids then come in for first period. So, but yes, you're correct. So
It's not for absence for the whole day?
It's not for absence. No, this is not absences for the entire day. This is just absences for advisory into first period. So this doesn't include any excused absences for all the kids that are sick. Those are additional absences on top of this. So if you have kids that are being absent frequently for advisory, and then they have illnesses or other reasons why they're out, those are additional absences on top of it.
Sort of twofold question. So the tardiness to the advisory, is it reflected the same way as tardiness to a class?
Yes, the absences are reflected the same way in that if you're absent for advisory or any other class.
Just like any other class?
Correct.
So what makes us think that the parents would say, at least now you have a buffer. You have the 17-minute buffer, which allows parents to, okay, we're going to skip the advisory, the kid is now going to be late for the class.
Well, that's the hope is to avoid that buffer zone, and so that kids come to school and start their day right at 8:15 when school starts, and they're not being late to school, and we're not reporting all of these absences and tardies.
A lot of these are learned behaviors that have been developed over time, and if the repercussions are the same for being late for advisory and late for class, then I don't see any reason why parents would behave differently, number one. Number two, when you're talking about advisory in the beginning of the day, the kids are fresh. 9 hours of instruction time for a middle schooler, will they be able to keep their focus on advisory at the end of the day?
Yeah, and again, advisory is being decreased in length, and it's really going to be, it should in theory help them, because advisory is now going to be focused on making sure that all of the kids have their materials with them, because right now, like I said before, you have kids that are scrambling to get out of the building, they forget things, they're not really paying attention to, after period 9, that bell rings, they are, let me find my friends, let me go to my locker, I'm not really thinking about all the things that I need to do, I may forget things, and then I can't get back to get them, now I don't complete my work, now my grade is reflective of that. So in theory, advisory at the end of the day is to help kids to make sure that they have all of those things, develop really, their organization, study habits, work habits, so that by the time they get to the high school, it's something that is done, more intrinsically.
Has it been tested before, the advisory at the end of the day, like other schools are doing it? It works?
I don't know. I don't have studies on other schools on, necessarily when they schedule advisory and, the effectiveness of other districts. That's something that certainly we could look into. Again, this kind of came as a result of, I always rely on, I want to hear from the teachers. and I want to hear from the staff of the building, because they are the ones who are quote-unquote in the trenches, boots on the ground. They typically, have a very good pulse on things that will be in the best interest of the students. And again, this came as an overwhelming response from the building, asking for a change in order to help support the students. And I think first and foremost is to get them to school on time. Yes.
Mr. Berger, just correct me if I'm mistaken. There's no grade for advisory.
No, there's no grade for advisory.
There's your incentive.
Right.
They'd be getting a core course which would have a grade.
For period 1, yes.
Right.
Yep. School starts at 8:15.
That's an incentive
You're getting
for me
a grade
to get
on.
my child to school.
Correct. So I would hope.
Now they're in a course that's being graded.
I don't want to speak for all the parents, but I know for my kid, if school starts at 8:15 and you're in ELA, you better be there at 8:15 and in ELA or whatever their core class or encore is. But if you're getting a graded assignment, and you're getting graded to be in school, you better be there. That's just me as a parent. But.
How many sections are there of advisory currently? Is it, because you said, what was the number, 94 that took the survey?
I think there's around 120.
Okay, so 120 sections, so not all of the teachers that do advisory took the survey? I'm sorry, did you say it was 94?
Correct, there were 94, yes, that is correct. So we put it out there, we encourage people to take it, but I think that even at a third of the staff population, I think it is very reflective. And again, it's not just that we took this in isolation with a committee, this has been discussed with the entire faculty and teachers at faculty meetings, department meetings, and so forth. So even if they have not necessarily submitted their response through a survey, it's been discussed building-wide and to get everybody's feedback and allow for everybody to have a voice.
Okay. And the pickup part of it, you said that they're not, forgive me, because I haven't had a middle schooler in a couple of years now, so if you're coming to pick your child up, you can't pick them up until after 2:45? I'm sorry, can you just say that part again?
Yeah, I actually have a meeting to sit down with the attendance office to kind of work out some of these things. But as it currently exists, parents are asked to, after 2:40, to wait until the end of the day so that there's not so much interruption and we don't have hundreds of kids coming down at the same time while kids are, mass exiting the building. Okay. So they're asked to wait until 3 o'clock.
I think the fear to that might be that they're going to be coming to pick them up early at the end of the day, but I guess.
As it stands right now, that would be a little bit of a challenge. It's similar at the elementary level where, you start the dismissal process, sometimes a little bit earlier before because you want to be able to get people in and out to avoid the buses. So it's the same thing with all the kids going out of the building at one time. We're asking parents if they don't get there prior to 2:40 to wait until 3 o'clock.
The length of lunch, it's half an hour, right?
40 minutes.
40 minutes. Is there a way to do advisory during that time?
It's something that we discussed. It would be really challenging to schedule that. It was something that we looked into, and we felt that it was too difficult to start to change up all of the lunch periods and how it exists, because then we really would need to get into rearranging the entire schedule. We wanted to keep the schedule as consistent, as it is right now as far as the length of periods go for 40 minutes. And once you start breaking up lunch, then you're really looking into an entire different schedule.
Well, if you shorten the lunch and add the advisory to it, it ends up being same 40 minutes.
Yeah, but not everybody has lunch at the same time. So just because you have one kid has lunch at, for 40 minutes during period 4, somebody else could have math for period 4 in the building. So if we shorten it for 30 minutes, then the kids who are in math also have that period for 30 minutes. So there's a lot of structure with the schedule to make that happen.
I have a couple questions. So the drop-off in the morning, assuming that we do this, is there going to be some change to that? I realize with what you said that COVID has probably led to more people driving than using the bus, but that doesn't solve the problem, right? So is there going to be a study or with security and all that kind of stuff of figuring out, now it's probably going to be people dropping off more, because I know parents have reached out to me and have said, well, if I come at 8:15, I can drop my kid off in 3 minutes, whereas if I come at 8, it's going to take me 20. So they're purposely waiting because they've got other things that they're doing. And obviously the kid can't drive themselves. So
Yeah,
I anticipate a influx of people coming earlier, which could lead to problems. I mean, I don't know what the answer is, but.
Well, hopefully, again, people are planning, they know that period 1 starts at 8:15. I'm going to need to plan my day so that I'm able to get my child there before 8:15 starts. I have talked with our lead safety officer. We've been looking into seeing if we can make the arrivals and drop-off time in the morning a little bit more efficient. It's hard because it's a large building. We have 1,700 students, all coming into the building at the same exact time. So it's a narrow parking lot. We have buses coming in one side with all of these buses, 50-something buses coming in, and we have parents coming in the other side. It's a challenge, to say the least, but it is something that we continue to look at, and it's something that we have kind of set as a priority to examine over the summer to see, we're always going to look to see if we can make things smoother and more efficient, and that's one of them. And again, the hope is that if school starts at 8:15, people make arrangements. If they're not going to send their child on the bus, which would get them there prior to 8:15, then they schedule their day appropriately to get them there on time.
I think it's a good plan. I think it makes sense. I agree with it. My only thing is I think we should also be thinking through what happens if it doesn't work, right? So what are we doing? Because we obviously don't want to be making a decision in June of next year, and our numbers are the same or worse for first period. So I think that we just really need to make sure that we're thinking about, okay, we think it's going to work, but it is now October, and our numbers are the same, or they're 5% less, maybe.
I agree, and that goes into going back to see how we're going to measure, if everything is working, according to plan. One of the things that's nice is I don't know how in depth this type of data was looked at in the past, but we have it now in front of us. So now I know month by month. Okay, last year in September, we had this many of tardies. We can go through September of next year to say, let's compare and see where we're at. And then we can really make that analysis as we, continue and progress throughout the year. That would be the goal.
Can you run a pilot, like a small trial with, when you convert the whole schedule, and to Jeff's sentiment, if it doesn't work?
It would be difficult to run a pilot because it's being done at 2 different times of the day, and that would then go into essentially 9th period, and kids would lose out on some of that instructional time that they have in 9th period. And we don't want to say to kids and parents that they're gonna miss out on 11 minutes every day of their core academics so that we can pilot an advisory.
I would want to see, personally, if other school districts have done this and how it worked for them.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we can.
That would be an easier way to adapt something when somebody else has done it.
We can look into it. I mean, it's difficult because the variables are always going to be different from district to district, and we're a large district with a huge number of kids in one particular building. So, when you're managing 400 kids in a middle school, coming up with that type of a schedule is going to be a lot easier than something that we're faced with.
They may not even have advisory in other districts.
Some may. I do think advisory is something. Dr.
Question.
Do all schools?
No.
At the middle school level have advisory?
I don't think
No.
they do.
No, they have something called homeroom.
Yes.
That's what most junior high school. And the other thing that we need to keep in mind is that the middle school is very unique in that it also offers high school classes. So we have students that come into school in the morning to take an AM class, and we have students who also take Regents courses. So combining the two is very difficult to come up with a schedule that works. The last time there was a major change at the middle school schedule was probably 13 years ago. And it was really due to safety, because they ran concurrent. They ran a lunch, and they ran another class. And so what we ran into were students who were misbehaving during lunch, and they were supposed to be in class, and you had safety in the cafeteria. So that became an issue. And so this schedule that you're looking at was designed really around making sure that kids were safe. And then advisory, I can share with you that as the building principal, that was changing, right? The advisory program, the way that it was originally designed has changed. And so they've talked to us about it, and it does make sense. I think the part about the middle school reevaluating it probably mid-year makes a lot of sense. And I think that if they see that it's not working, and I put that in quotes, they would be able to change it. It's not a major change to the schedule, so lunches wouldn't really change. You would just talk about shifting advisory to the end of the day where you have a lot of people moving. And I just want to say one more thing. The parents line up at the high school. So yesterday I had an opportunity to see the parents lining up. As soon as the buses leave, you start having middle school parents line up. And it actually works well because they have to stay there until the buses have left the middle school. So I think it's going to give kids more instructional time. But again, we don't know what's going to happen until you do this. But most schools don't have advisory.
And then
they have what's called homeroom.
Another complicating factor, when the two buildings had their separate scheduling committees, because of the certification of staff, there's quite a bit of shared staff between the middle school and the high school. And the middle school and the high school need to have sort of overlapping schedules in order to be able to have staff split between the two buildings. So the 11-minute shift going from advisory before to 11 minutes is not disruptive enough to significantly impact the sharing of staff, but any further deviation from that would make it challenging. The other piece, back to Mr. Reynolds' comments about the arrival process. A couple of years ago, before Mr. Berger was the principal, the middle school had to do a study about the arrival process because once they realized post-COVID and before, after we returned 21-22 to full in-person instruction, the number of parents that were driving their kids, the middle school had to change the arrival process where now cars come in the one entrance and the buses actually come in the out part of the building so that you have two separate traffic flows, the buses coming in on one side, the cars coming in on the other side, because of the sheer volume, that it was no longer possible to have all of the vehicles arriving through that one main entrance to the middle school because the traffic was backed up way down. So I think, to your point, I think one of the things that the middle school is going to have to do is that if you're going to consolidate the time, the window of time for parents dropping off and buses coming into the building, they may have to look at some of those arrival procedures just to make sure that they're keeping the traffic flow coming into the building accordingly.
So if we're going to change the advisory to the end of the day, then it may potentially also affect the high school.
No, I think that there's only 11-minute difference, which is not going to be a sizable enough difference for the shared staff between the two buildings. If you deviate from, two sort of different, structures of schedule, it really would impact the staffing. But this is not a significant enough shift that would impact the shared staff between the two buildings.
Okay.
A couple questions. One is more of a, initial comment. Since there's no specific data to refer to see whether or not this has worked in the past, you're kind of pioneering an approach in a way, trying to see maybe it'll work, maybe not. It's okay. So I'm just gonna put it out there right now. And I'm not doubting that it'll work, but I will say if it doesn't work, it's okay. Like the intention of what you're trying to do and what your group is trying to do makes sense. If it doesn't work, whether you have to roll back to what you have now or try something else, I get it. It's all right.
Thank you. And I was going to just say yes, and that's the whole point. Is really this recommendation is made obviously for the betterment of the building and the kids, and we do truly feel like this is going to help provide more instructional time, which will lead to having a greater academic performance for our kids. So that's the goal,
right.
And obviously that's done with the best intent.
The other part of that is piggybacking off of something you said before regarding the intention of what that time will be used for at the end of the day is slightly different than, well, not slightly, it's different than what it would be at the beginning of the day. Is there going to be an effort to educate these students and potentially their caretakers to help them understand what that time should be used for?
Yes. Once we move forward, we obviously would communicate all of this, information to families, and in that we would communicate what advisory would be used for, what the purpose would be, And, you know, we're hoping that a lot of great things come of that time, but we're really going to focus on, like I said, a lot of the things that I talked about with the recognitions and the pullouts, but also really helping kids develop those organizational skills so that they have all of their materials with them at the end of the day before they leave the building. Yes, that would be communicated.
Perfect.
I just want to thank you for the presentation because I can imagine really how much work went in just to compile and present this. It seems logical to me and well thought out, so I appreciate that. And I think I echo Jamel's comments. You know, if it works, great. If it doesn't, you retool and you go back at it again. It does appear to me, just on the surface, that having a class the first thing will require the students to get into the building on time to be at that class much more. So, good luck.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just have one more comment and a question, not even necessarily for Mr. Berger and his staff, but I think just as a greater element, and I know we've kind of talked about it a little bit here tonight, and I think it's probably more geared towards Patrick. Nothing that has to be answered here tonight, but I think as a district as a whole, over the next 6 to 8 months, we're going to see a very large change in the traffic pattern just in that general area. I mean, I know as a parent that sometimes drives their student or is in that general area, it's not what it used to be. And I think that supposedly by January of next year, when more of that area is populated, I think it's going to impact parents that are trying to come, drop off, pick up, and just get to school in general. I think it's probably going to be a bigger study that we're going to end up having to do at some point.
So can I take a moment to plug this in? Parents, let your kids take the bus.
100%.
Oh, I agree.
It's safer, faster, and
I was going to say that, but I wasn't going to try to continue the conversation. But
Just saying, let your kid take the bus.
Said it. Yeah, take the
Don't
bus.
drive them to school.
Yes.
And
Have
take
them
the
get
bus
up on
home,
time and
too.
Yes, take the bus.
Can I ask one last question, I promise? What was the reasoning behind putting it in the morning to begin with?
He has no idea.
I'm not sure. That schedule has existed, as far as I know, ever since the middle school has been.
I mean, there has to be
running.
some sort of logic to put it in the beginning of the day. What was it? Why?
I can.
Sorry, did I just, yes, I did jump.
Yes, okay. You
Just
can.
a quick response. The belief was when you have this very large building, because we are a large middle school, that it would start the day off for a student in a smaller, more, a better environment. That really was the belief, and that was Mr. Fraioli, who was the first building principal at the middle school. And that was designed with the elementary teachers who then went up to the middle school. All together, that was their design that they came up with. It was really moving from sixth grade teachers used to be part of an elementary, then putting them all together and not wanting to have what people call a junior high school, right? Because they wanted to make sure that they built houses, and within those houses, you go into your advisory. So you would be amongst a teacher that you would have at some point while you're in the middle school. So it could be a 6th, 7th, or 8th grade teacher. So it was a way of starting your day in a more positive way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for allowing us to speak tonight.
Thank you.
Good job.
Update on goals, business, and technology. You have exactly 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
Good. Both.
5 minutes, 25 seconds.
5 minutes.
That just last week.
That includes our update too, right?
Your update is 20 minutes.
Okay.
Do you want a timer?
Right. Thank you, Board of Education, Mrs. Rodriguez, Superintendent, my colleagues, administrators, teachers, and a special shout out to our students, and I'll mention why a little bit down the road. So as a part of the Goal 1, using data to improve student outcomes, we concentrated on 4 major topics in terms of looking at the central repository, collect and analyze the data, create the organizational processes, and ultimately continue the process improvement as we learn from analyzing the data as well as analyzing the organizational processes. So central repository. Now, what we did about 18 to 20 months before, we took a holistic but agile approach. And by doing that approach, it allowed us to pick the tool that is not only important, but also it's flexible and agile. There are many studies have shown that having the agile, holistic approach influence the student outcomes, as well as ultimately provide the well-rounded strategies for improvising the student information, as well as the support system. There are various approaches to this unified insight solution, and this is just a list of the type of the data that we are able to bring it into the system. Demographic data, attendance, discipline, New York State 3 to 8 assessment, state regions exams, scores, STAR, ELA, and math assessment, ACT, SAT, and a PowerSchool gradebook. This is used by our secondary. The unified insight, which is we differ as a central repository, sits on top of PowerSchool, and ultimately it's a live data between the 2 systems. What has helped us to configure this, and there are many studies shows that by having a unified approach, it improves the academic performance, long-term planning, and decision-making, because the data, all the different data points are sitting in the one box. Early indication for at-risk students, predictive analysis. One of the major piece of this tool is allow us to run the predictive analysis. Again, we are not there. We are building this tool as we grow into this process, but we are very close to being there. The other last piece to this is the district will be implementing, or in the process of implementing, multi-tier system of support, MTSS. This tool will also allow us to collect the similar data that is based on the MTSS. Now, by taking this holistic agile approach, it supports the whole student. Learning basically leads to the improved student outcomes and a positive educational experience for our students. This is the and it's coincident. I'm glad that Mr. Berger presented before me, because this slide is a snapshot from our unified insight system. This is a slide that shows us the weekly attendance as an entire school district for last 3 years. Again, the importance of attendance. There are many studies have shown why attendance is important. Mr. Berger did a fantastic job of explaining why attendance is crucial to come, not just for the advisory, but ultimately for the entire day. There are many studies have been done to show that the direct correlation of being present in the school and the academic student outcomes. It supports the achievement, academic achievement. It provides, having the student present provides the student the continuity of the learning, improves the social and emotional development for students. It helps the students for college and career readiness, and ultimately it improves the graduation outcome. What this screenshot represents is the last 3 years of a weekly attendance. Now, each data point that you see here, it's a hyperlink. So every administrator in their building can basically narrow down this data to specifically see how many kids are attending, what is the attendance looks like, and ultimately they can see each individualized student if they choose to. So this is like a hyperlink data. That is the real goal of Unified Insight, allowing the administrators, ultimately our data teams, and then really put this tool in teachers' hand to make sure that our teachers and administrators have a much easier way to access all these different type of data points in one system. So the next 2 slides are briefly we'll discuss about why it is important to have a safe and secure network and improve cybersecurity, and how it connects to the student outcomes. When we provide the safe and secure network to the students and also all the staff member, it improves the access to educational resources. Unfortunately, we have experiences that incident in past in September 2019, and we all learn from what happens when the access to the information gets disturbed. This improves also the collaborative learning. This allows us specifically to our students improve their digital literacy and technological skills. online safety and security, and data privacy in today's environment. This slide talks about a survey that is a self-assessed survey that we started administering last 2 years. It's called National Cybersecurity Review, NCSR survey, and every entity, it's about 15,000 local and tribal and state entity takes this survey. That measures our effectiveness and a journey in terms of improving the cybersecurity, ultimately enhancing the student outcome. So at the bottom, you see the 5 different pillars. As a district, we are required to follow Education Law 2D, Part 121, NIST Cybersecurity Framework. NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and that is what we've been following for the last 3 years. NIST CSF has 5 pillars: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recovery. Now you see the chart, the bar graph here that shows the value of what was the score in a specifically the identify category in 2021 school year and what has the improvement in 2022 school year. And you can see across the board that we have certainly improved, but also there is a way for us to go. The data shows that, taking from these 15,000 entities, the data shows that the average score is 5, and that is a good score for our organization. Now, yes, we are hitting in most of the categories, but we do have a couple of categories that we are near, but also we need to work on that. This is really where we have improvised in the last couple of years the effort of educating our students and staff, and have done those pesky phishing campaigns. The best thing, as many studies have shown, that we can have a lot of solution in place to support and protect tool-wise. The best thing that we could do as an organization is to educate our stakeholders on why the safety and security is important. And we are doing overall a very good job. We have a way to go, but we are definitely improvising into that process. Now, the last slide, well, the second to last slide. This is a chart. This is a diagram from a tool that we measure the risk assessment. So, as a cybersecurity is always at risk, and we use a tool called Symmetric to assess the risk, but also assess how are we doing with the specific controls that we have in place. So, this shows us that we took the phase 1 control of the NIST assessment and we ran across our the major system, which is called Microsoft Active Directory. And how are we doing in terms of today across these standards? What it shows that in the identify, we are 65%, which is either mostly compliant or fully compliant. All the way to the recovery, it's 71%. By doing this assessment, it allows us to specifically focus on what area that we need to improve upon, whether it's changing the behavior of students and staff or implementing a specific solution. And this has helped us tremendously by providing the safe and secure environment, ultimately providing a good and better access of educational resources, ultimately enhancing the student outcome. And the last slide for me is, what are the action or deliverables for next school year? We have done a brief training to our administrators for Unified Insight. Our goal for next year is to train all our administrators and every single data team members in all our 7 school buildings. That is our goal. They should be able to walk through the process and identify certain data points that would be helpful to us. By doing that, we are also looking to learn from what else we need to put it into the repository that may help us to actually drill down this information more. We're also looking holistically what other data points that we need to add it to this system. For example, special education data or food services data that is currently not in this system. And the last, it's continuously improving the NIST cybersecurity control and educating our users, as well as always look out for the cybersecurity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you.
With regards to the attendance, aside from the student just being absent, is there any other detailed information that associates with why they're absent?
So not in the tool, but in the Power School report that shows that the reason of that.
That's entered in, I guess, manually by...
That entered by...
Parent reports the absence with an email, then somebody has to sit there and go through and then transfer it over to the Power School system.
Yes, attendance officer does that in all the building, or main office secretaries in K-5 buildings do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bargo. So I just wanted to take a moment. I know we've been here a long time. It's been a long evening, just to sort of acknowledge and thank some of the people that helped with goal number 2, which had to do with safety, audit, and enhancement. I specifically would like to thank Joe Trapoto, Andre Rudiak, who were instrumental in both in rolling some of these operational changes out, spearheading some of the facilities changes. As I get into this, you'll see what I'm talking about. And we've talked about a lot of these things over the course of the year. I'd also like to thank the building administrators, building staff that are part of the teams, the emergency response teams. They put the teams together, they're putting the plans together, and obviously they're a really important part of enhancing safety and security in the district, which is what this goal number 2 is all about. And so what we decided to do as part of goal number 2 was engage an outside expert entity to come in and do an assessment or an audit of our safety protocols in our school buildings. So we engaged Putnam Northern Westchester BOCES, and these are things that I've talked about, so I'll go sort of quickly over some of this stuff. They visited all our buildings and in January delivered reports on basically the conditions that they saw in our buildings and recommendations to enhance safety and security in the buildings. We reviewed those, we shared those with building administrators, we've evaluated those recommendations, and I've talked about this in the past. I kind of thought about, I have prioritized and categorized the findings, thought about it as short, medium, and long-term items. I also thought about it in sort of in a matrix of how impactful is the change, how feasible is the change, how costly is the change. So in terms of what we've done for this year, we have the reports, we have the recommendations. We initiated a lot of short-term improvements or enhancements to security in the buildings. Some of these things we were aware of at the beginning of the year. In other words, these were things we were aware of, we initiated, we didn't need the recommendation of the safety audit to make the change, but a lot of these things were part of the safety audit nonetheless. So in terms of the short-term improvements, we mandated staff wear IDs. So that was something that I would call it haphazard in the past. Some did, some didn't. So beginning of the school year, we actually said to everybody, everyone should wear their ID at all times. It's a safety protocol where you know who's in the building and you can identify somebody that doesn't have an ID. We've actually even have folks potentially go up and ask them, hey, how you doing? Can I help you with something? If they don't have an ID or a visitor badge. So that's something we've done. In terms of facilities improvements, there's a lot of things you can do related to safety and security. Again, short-term improvements that we initiated, and most of these, and I put % done next to the item itself, installed. I didn't even realize the number was this high, 890, we'll call it 900 new classroom door locks. I talked about this a lot. We started this last summer, and we finished it in the fall, so this would enable classrooms to be locked with a push of a button or turn of a knob rather than using a key. And in some cases, the key had to be used from the outside. So we realized that's really not safe in the event of a lockdown, right, which is the most extreme emergency response. We want everyone to be able to lock their door, immediately within seconds. We've applied, we didn't do it, we had a vendor, a consultant apply safety film to all the exterior glass doors. So this does not make the door bulletproof, but it makes the glass shatterproof, it enhances that, and makes it more robust in terms of a barrier. We've initiated door access control project. I've talked about this a lot. We actually started this last summer due to some supply chain issues. We're still waiting on some of the equipment. I'm calling that 50% done. We have a vendor in place. We've spec'd out. We've ordered the parts and the systems. Some work has been done, but we're still waiting on that. We anticipate we'll likely have that done this summer. Classroom door window shades. Sounds like a small item, but we heard from teachers and other staff in the buildings, and we've ordered shades, very simple shade. It's attached with Velcro to the door, the inside of the classroom door, and it would cover the window. So again, in the event of the most extreme response, a lockdown, we could both lock the door quickly, pull a shade very quickly to prevent any intruder from actually being able to see into a classroom. We have ordered additional security cameras, mostly at the middle school at this point, but one of the recommendations is to do a full audit of all the cameras in the district to identify gaps. I'm calling that 50% done because, again, it's ordered, we've identified the locations, but we're waiting on the cameras themselves due to, again, supply chain issues, lingering supply chain issues. And finally, we've enhanced, or we're in the process of enhancing campus and school signage. So this was another recommendation you might have seen in other schools. They often have the classroom number on the window that faces the exterior or the outside of the building. So that's something that we're in the process of evaluating the number of signs that we need, where they would go, what they would look like, et cetera. But signage inside the building is helpful too in an emergency situation because emergency responders don't know, what the 200 wing is. They need to actually see the sign and say, that's the direction I need to go. So I'm calling that 25% complete. Again, these are short-term things, recommendations that came about from the audit. So to continue that, we've procured maps of the school buildings and shared those with our building administrators, so that's 100% complete. That's not a big thing, but we have these laminated maps that in the event of emergency can be pulled out. Let's say we're outside and there's a command post. We need to show emergency responders the grounds or the site. We can use those maps for that purpose. The procurement of supplies for emergency situations. So this is the go bags you may have heard about. I'm calling that 20% done because we have certain buildings have started to procure the items needed, but we haven't really, in a systematic way, identified what those go bags are going to look like at the primary or secondary level, and we haven't really rolled out a process of getting all that stuff. The digital radio project, so that's a fairly significant project. We're replacing hundreds of analog radios with digital radios, a very big project. Complicated, and I have 200 plus new digital radios. It's actually more like 300 radios, I found out. It's complicated because we have to program the radios. There are repeaters involved, so it's a big, fairly expensive process, but it will enhance communication district-wide. A digital radio can communicate with the entire radio system anywhere in the district. The clarity of sound is better, and it's sort of the next generation we need for communication. So that is underway. Again, the radios are ordered, they're programmed. Not all of them are actually in yet, so I'm calling that project 75% complete at this point. And finally, and actually, I would say almost one of the most important items is staff training and professional development. I think as we rolled some of these things out, we started to really think about this. We realized that we didn't really have a uniform and consistent training protocol for everybody. So we started to do that. We reviewed the SHELL protocol, which is the New York State protocol for emergency responses: shelter, hold in place, evacuate, lockout, lockdown, and incident command structure. So incident command structure is sort of the protocol, the organizational structure you'd have in an emergency. And so we've had some training with the administrators on that. That's 100% complete. That's going to continue, though. This is going to be ongoing, all these things. In terms of the identification of staff for the ICS, I'm calling that 50%. Elsie and I had a discussion, like we've actually done that, so that could even be a little bit higher, but we asked each building to have and identify their ICS structure and identify specific individuals, so we all know that. So we have individual buildings that have their ICS. We also have a district-wide incident command structure. And both of those things would come into play in the event of emergency. And finally, almost finally, we've initiated some threat assessment team training, and we've asked the buildings to assemble a threat assessment team. And the threat assessment team, it's a team that would be called together to evaluate a situation or a student, could even be a staff member, and make a recommendation for more action or something. Because often in a school violence situation, there were signs, right? And they call that leakage in this world. So there were signs out there that may have been picked up, or maybe the pieces maybe weren't put together to realize that you needed to intervene or there should have been an intervention. So the threat assessment team is designed to be preventative. So that the team can be assembled, there's different roles and stakeholders on the team, and evaluate a situation to be more preventative of a tragic situation, if you will. And finally, we have open kind of ongoing consultation with Putnam Northern Westchester BOCES for the specific building team. So they're willing and open to meeting with specific building or talking to the teams about their specific needs or circumstances, because as we know, each building is different. The layout, the physical layout is different, the ages of the students are different, the staff is different, the size is different. So those things can be different, and they require some more granular discussion. And the medium and long-term improvements, so these are things I would categorize this as 2 to 3 years, long-term maybe more like 3 to 5. A lot of these are, not a lot, but some of these are more like capital project related, like major changes. So authorization, construction of the Central Valley Elementary School security vestibule, I'm calling that 10% complete, because we now have the authorization to do that. If you recall, that was part of the budget, the 23-24 budget, so that's something for next year. But we now have the appropriations to do that. We have the authorization to do it. We now have to go into the planning phase, with the architect to initiate that. Additional security vestibules and hardening of buildings as needed, that would be something that I envision as part of our larger capital project, which I'll talk about in a moment. Consideration of emergency alarm panic systems, alert panic systems. So that's something, it was part of Alyssa's law, it's actually state law. We're supposed to consider an emergency panic system. So we've done that. We need to do a little bit more work on that to really evaluate what's out there and if it makes sense for us. I mentioned the security camera audit. Additional outside perimeter fencing was a recommendation, so that would be a longer term thing. Annual cyclical training for staff, and more extensive and refinement and practice of emergency response plans, including tabletop exercises. So that's something that will be ongoing, and we feel like we're doing all those things, but we need to do more of it. And it's like you play the way you practice. So if you drill this and you do these things and you treat it seriously and you treat it like it's real, God forbid it ever really happens, we'll be more prepared in a better situation. Just specifically about reunification, we also have a training on July 6th, where our administrators will be brought together, and we're going to hear about the reunification process and actually potentially visit a site. And I failed to mention that the threat assessment team training, that's a full day of training. We've had half of it. The second half will be June 27th. So that's good. It's all good stuff that's happening. And then finally, I just had a bullet, continue collaboration with local law enforcement agencies. We have SROs in every building. I think that was a really important safety step that we took. And we'll continue to work with local law enforcement on all these issues, including our plans and our changes to enhance things. Okay, so goal number 3 was the referendum planning and initiation of a capital project, the design phase anyways. So the pre-referendum planning, I'm calling that 100% complete. We developed a scope of work for our capital project with cost estimates. We developed a financial plan. If you recall, we were retiring debt. We were trying to bring new debt on as old debt was retired. We went through the SEQR, which is the State Environmental Quality Review Act process to determine the environmental impact. We did a public relations campaign. We had a lot of meetings, et cetera. So that was 100% complete. Unfortunately, the referendum on December 6th was not approved by the public. So in some ways, we're going to go back to the drawing board for next year. And so I have here 23-24, revised scope of work to lower the cost. Recall the referendum was $115 million. We're going to revise our financial planning. We've already started to do some of that. Reconvene the Capital Project Advisory Task Force to make some final decisions about the scope of work and financial planning, and roll out a public relations and informational campaign beginning this summer and in the fall of 2023, with a proposed referendum date in the fall or winter of 2023. So any questions? That's all I had. Yes.
More of a comment, not really a question. So, you know, there's a lot here, a lot of different tactics that you guys have put in place or that are being put in place, and I know it takes a lot of time, effort, capital, and it's a shame that this has to happen, that this much effort has to go towards this. But I just want to say thank you to you, Mr. Triboto, all of your staff, because I'm not going to speak for everyone, but as a parent of kids in the district, this makes me feel safer. This makes me see them as safer. You know, between our children, our staff, teachers, and everyone, well, nothing's 100%. Even with all this on paper, nothing's 100%. But it's nice to see everything that's being done. So thank you. That's all I want to say.
You're welcome. Thank you. I mean, small part of a big team.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. I'm a small part of a big team.
Thank you.
We good? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing us again to provide an update to our presentation from last week. Last week we spoke about a number of things, but we provided a sample of how we use a particular assessment, which was STAR assessment, to understand student growth and progress. And we were asked to, for the most up-to-date scores on this assessment, K-8. So what you have in front of you, what you'll be looking at tonight, are, last week I showed you fourth grade math, just the progress from fall to winter. So this is everything K-8. Right now in front of you have K-5. For reading, you'll have 6 through 8 for reading. You'll then have 2-5 for math, because the STAR we don't have a STAR assessment for K-1 math. And then you'll see 6 through 8 math as well. One of the numbers that is different in this presentation than last week is you have the most up-to-date spring scores. There is an asterisk, as you can see, indicating that, as I mentioned last week, there is a testing window. So there are a number of days or weeks in which a student can take these assessments. That window is closing on Friday, so students who have not yet taken the spring assessment or the spring STAR have until Friday to do so. We are averaging between, depending on the building or on the grade, actually, between 90 and 98% completion for our spring assessment. So while it may not be 100%, we're very close, and we felt confident to be able to show some of these numbers. These numbers also indicate an overview. This is just, the STAR is one assessment that we use. We use a number of different tools to determine progress in our students. These are taken in a snapshot in time, and they're used to create a clearer picture of how our students are doing. The indicator that we continue to use to be consistent from last week is the scaled score. And as mentioned last week, it's basically an effective tool to measure growth over a longer period of time. So there is a number, highest number you could possibly achieve in a scaled score is 1,400, but you can watch a student grow, an individual student grow from their initial time they take a STAR in kindergarten all the way up to the time the last time they take it.
Another reason why we use the scaled score is parents get a report on, in the fall, in the winter, and in the spring, of how their child is performing on the STAR exam, both reading and math. And the score that they receive is the scaled score, along with a performance chart for them to evaluate it. So the data that we're providing here is the grade level data, but it also coincides directly with the results that the parents receive fall, winter, and spring with the report of how their child is performing.
And as mentioned last week in the two examples that were given, what we looked at was the growth from, last week we looked at the growth from fall to winter, and this we're looking at the growth from fall, so students who took this in the fall, all the way up to current day. The overall growth at every grade level is indicated on the right, the Monroe-Woodbury growth. There's also the third column, which is your STAR projected percentile growth. We looked at students similar to last week. We looked at it's a nationally normed assessment. So there are students from all over the country who take this test. And so these numbers are basically, I don't want to say up against, but compared to students from all over the country in all different types of districts. And that's how this is compared.
Mr. Kravitz, I just have a clarification question.
Sure.
So just looking at a grade K 777 score, which is, the spring estimate right now.
Correct.
Is that an actual score like you just explained? Or is it the number of students that took it?
No, that is an actual score.
That's the score.
That is the score.
That is the scaled score, right.
So, and then in grade 1, it looks like the STAR projected percentile growth was 81 and we did 64.
Correct.
Why the differential there?
So that's something that we're continuing to analyze. The building administrators, our teachers, as I stated last week, haven't delved, I think delve is the right word. They've begun to look at this information. We typically wait until the administration of the entire assessment. I don't have a 100% clear answer. It may be the particular cohort of students. The baseline of the students may have been lower. So we really need to look at those individual students, and that's one of the benefits of having an assessment like this, is for a long time, I think we've looked at data from an overarching viewpoint, and we are now using tools to drill down to individual students, individual standards, and then also individual approaches to how we feel like kids can learn best. So
if I may,
that's where we are.
I think the difference may be that the STAR projected percentile growth is probably nationwide.
Correct.
And what we're looking for here is we may be having problems with the sample size. The statistics on this may be off. So I'm not sure that these changes are, like, what constitutes a statistically significant difference from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, and what's the sample size. And we may be dealing with just statistical issues.
Well, that final column, that STAR projected percentile growth, is for the 50th percentile across the nation that has taken the exam. And what STAR does is they provide cutoffs for proficiency in the fall and in the winter and in the spring. And in general, they provide from the fall to the spring what they project at that particular percentile that students should be scoring from the fall to the spring. Overall, across the entire country, they developed a chart in terms of cutoff for proficiency. So for us, that's the target of what we look at in terms of are our kids exceeding the projected growth, or are they behind? I think that's what Mr. Ciriello was saying, is that in general, the majority of the grade levels are exceeding, but you'll see same thing with at the 6 through 8 level, there are pockets of areas that are above and there are pockets of areas that are below that are not achieving that growth. So then we have to dig into what is the root of that, like what is causing that.
Can I just say something,
Sure.
though? One of the things that we did was we call it the Joint Standing Committee, but I don't think it was actually that. We had a meeting with primarily our elementary teachers, K-6, and we talked about, we asked them for their feedback, right? Because our classroom teachers are sitting with the students, they're assessing them every day, not just with the STAR, but with a regular exam. And what they've come back to us and shared at that meeting was that we find that our students are lacking in basic foundational skills. And so one of the things you'll hear Mr. Kravitz talk about is how do we mitigate that when we see that our students are coming in with lack of skills, right? And as they move on, the lack of skills just become compounded. And so that's why you see that in that score where our students they struggle. And so, I think it's important for you to know that we've met with the teachers and asked them. And so they've given us their own suggestions because of the work that they've done with the students. So although this is a snapshot, the STAR is a snapshot, they work with the students every day and they see what the lack of skills that they have and what recommendations. And hopefully Mr. Kravitz will talk about some of the recommendations that they made at that meeting.
No, I agree. I think it certainly validates what our teachers have said.
When you said there's a performance report that the parents get, does that break down areas of strengths and weaknesses?
No, what it does is it gives them the overall scale score performance, and it gives them the benchmarks that I was speaking about at each of the grade levels for the fall, for the winter, for the spring. So for the parent has the ability to be able to see where their child is in terms of that normed benchmark proficiency score.
But they don't know where their child might be deficient and where they might be strong.
Correct, that's right.
And neither do the teachers.
Well, no. See,
Based on this data.
And one of the things that, you have to remember that this is sort of a reading assessment, and one of the things that the staff does is, we've been talking about the other common assessments that are administered by the school district. They overlap that with the other assessments that the school district is doing in order to try to pinpoint some of the things that you're talking about in terms of.
Because to me, testing for the sake of testing is ridiculous.
Well, and
If
again.
you're not testing to find out, this is where I'm doing a good job and this is where I need to work with my students.
I think the STAR actually breaks it down for the teacher.
That's what I'm asking.
On the different function, right, the teacher has that, right.
The teacher does have access to
Teacher
that.
does have
But I
The
think,
teacher has access to that.
and one of the action items is I think we need to do a better job of informing our parents of what that information is.
Correct.
So that they can also help support their kids.
Exactly.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's an important piece to this.
Very.
And I think the benefit of having this data is not whether it's good or bad. You want to celebrate where we've moved ahead, but it provides the opportunity to enhance and change things. And so I was pointing that one out just because it was very apparent.
No, it's circled, yeah.
Yep.
No,
But
absolutely.
the positive here, correct me if I'm wrong, we're getting these kids from K to 1, and their performance is 60, the delta is 64. But then as they progress through 2, 3, 4, and 5K, you can see that they are at or above the national recommended average. So there is something positive that we're doing here.
It is, but also keep in mind, those are not the same students. So those are different students every grade level.
So it's not the same.
It is not a
We're
cohort.
not following them through.
Correct. This is current performance of all K, all first, all second, all third.
But they all went through the system before that.
Correct.
So you can draw that conclusion. You can say that, yes, we're getting them slightly behind, but we are.
Do we know where last year's kindergarten class was at? Because that's the current first grade that you're showing, right?
Correct.
So was last year's kindergarten class lower?
It's similar to I'm trying to think of, we've looked into Unified Insights. STAR does not have that Unified Insights.
So this aggregate data goes to a unified insight tool, and it's not by the grade level, like that's the report that comes from STAR, but UI is actually able to tell us that as a cohort of the kids who took it, and then are they making a progress? And data indicates that, yes, they are making the progress.
Yeah, I mean, I would just be interested if that's the pattern, is it a one-off? I mean, and then what are we doing to support that cohort,
Right. So I think one of the most important things that we plan on doing, and, I've said this to the board before, was the importance of that Foundations program, which is a Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 program, where regardless of where you fit on one of these charts, you are going to be receiving that multisensory approach, that important phonics instruction that we're going to now guarantee with fidelity that every teacher is going to be doing for at least 30 minutes a day, so that we can move all of our students, not just our students who struggle. We still need to identify them this might be one tool to use to identify them, but we need to move all of our students. And that's one of those things that we
I think that new approach and program is key to, especially for what we're seeing on these lower grades.
Right, and I can get into that now too, if that's what you want to. I could do that too before you go in.
Okay.
One of the action items that we have for next year as well, just keep in mind there are the importance of not overwhelming all of our teachers with a ton of new things. And so just keep in mind that our K, and it's different than at the secondary. So if we want to start 4 new programs and 1 in every single core area, you can do that because that's a different group of teachers. If you want to start multiple programs or look at multiple things in an elementary classroom, that's the same teacher who's now going to have to learn new materials, new strategies over and over. And that's a lot to ask and a lot to extend a particular elementary teacher. Next year, we're bringing foundations at the K2 level. Next year, we'll be in year 2 of our new Envision math program. Next year, we are retraining. Science has changed exponentially across the state. We have a multitude of new science standards that we're in the midst of teaching. There is a new science assessment in 5th grade that has never been given before. And all of our students, before they sit for that assessment, have to basically, they have to complete 4 labs or 4 investigations. So we use a program called Science 21. Next year, every single teacher will have their own materials that they'll need for that, and we are retraining and we're sending for training every single teacher K-5 to be trained in Science 21. So you can only be out of the classroom so many days. But one of the things that we'll look for next year is to create our in-district group who will visit and really analyze 2 to 3 different programs, not pilot, but will be getting information from other school districts that are that we deem, similar to ours, and then we will hopefully by the end of next year be looking to recommend a new reading program.
So for us, the conversation is similar, but there's also some differences that Matt was talking about. One of the things that we noticed right away from the data is that fall to winter in all 3 grade levels, we were either at target growth or exceeding target growth. 6th grade was 1 percentile point under target growth. 7th and 8th grade were exceeding target growth, but then that slowed in the springtime. So for us, one of the additional things that is a consideration in terms of next steps is examining the curriculum, where even though this is a reading assessment, students have English language arts, and they have 1 period of English language arts a day in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So the question becomes, what type of instruction is happening in the classrooms in the fall during that period of English language arts in comparison to the springtime? And is there something curricular-based that may be impacting that beyond just student achievement? Again, part of that analysis also is the overlap of data. One of the things that I spoke about in the last presentation was that our development of common assessments, where in the ELA, on the ELA side, the teachers are administering quarterly assessments in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th quarters, taking the quarterly assessment data and also overlapping it with this to see how are the students achieving in those assessments in comparison to this assessment, and determining what that level of impact is. Another piece of this is also similar to what we've been talking about related to the overall goal of improving using data to improve student outcomes, is making sure that we're equipping the staff with the information of how to be able to support the students in a real-time way, rather than just focusing exclusively on, say, state assessment data that we only get access to 1 time of year. The more that we have the ability to be able to equip this information with the staff, the more they have the ability to be able to look at individual student differentiation purposes.
Quick question.
Yep.
The way you guys test them throughout different seasons, these are validated reading assignments, right? Something that's been tested before?
Yes, this is a scientifically normed assessment, correct. Yep, and it's the same assessment that's administered across the, correct. Yep.
But just to understand that while every student in a grade level is given the same assessment the first time they take it at the start of a school year, it changes depending on how the student performs. So if a student performs really well that first time, the next time they take the STAR benchmark in the winter, they'll start at a higher level. If they struggle the first time they take it, it's adaptive, so it's an individualized assessment. So the goal is to analyze individual student growth.
You're assuming the same rate of growth for someone who performed very well.
Well, just so to your point, the reason why for the STAR projected percentile growth, we selected, there is slight variations between students that are performing at the 10th percentile at that particular grade level and at the 90th percentile in terms of their rate of growth. We chose for that final category the 50th percentile, which is the middle of the performance of that, in order to be able to, that's like the overall middle performance projected growth for kids taking this test. That makes sense of what I'm saying?
It makes sense. So
Yep.
the data we're seeing here is the mean, average.
For the entire grade level,
Right.
for us.
So we don't see the deviations from the norm. We don't-
Correct. We have the ability to be able to look at how the lowest 10% and the highest 90%, we can break it out to see how you may see more of a gain for a student that's performing at a lower rate, similar to the gains in kindergarten you see are projected to be much greater, and you can see, if you go back to the various slides, the progression as you go through the grade levels, the projected growth declines.
Right, so but to my point, if you start someone at the higher reading assignment, they may not be able to advance.
The level
as
of growth
fast
may not be the same,
as
correct.
Someone who, so, yeah.
The STAR projected percentile growth by the time you get to the high school level is in the single digits. It's only a couple of percentage points from the fall to the spring.
Which is why, just to go back, at the younger grades, you see numbers that are so much larger than the upper grades.
Okay.
And then math, again, this is just 2 through 5. There are math skills that are factored into the early literacy assessment that they take at the K-1 level. So we don't use STAR for math. Obviously, we use other assessments to determine the progress.
So that first number, the gray, how do we compare, because that's the most interesting point to me. How do we compare to other school districts? Because people often bring out the argument of, oh, the school is not doing much, but where do we start? And how does that gauge against other school districts? Let's say grade 2 math, 857. How do kids do in a different district?
The challenge with that comparison, it's different than when we start to talk about the state assessment. When we do our state assessment presentation, we do a comparison to the region, to the average across the entire state. The STAR assessment is not something that's required across the entire state. The only requirement in the state is that we're mandated to administer a normed assessment 3 times a year in reading and math. Some school districts use other, there are a variety of assessments that are out there. So the STAR assessment is not a required assessment for all school districts across.
But to the constituents that ask a question, what is the school doing for my child? How are they educating my child?
Right.
It's very important to know where you start and what that change is. And that change may not bring that child to the level that the parents want to see them at. Because it's really important to know where do you start and how do you compare to someone else. Because parents oftentimes compare different school districts and they say, well, kids do better in Westchester or they do better in, other schools. But the important point is delta, the change, and not so much the final result. Because you may never be able to take that child to where the other children are that start up higher.
And I think that it's similar to what Matt was saying earlier. I think that that's something that we need to continue to work on, is making sure that the parents are equipped with the understanding of what that report means when they get it. It's accompanied by a chart, but giving them a more detailed description of what that actually means, so that way they're not left to their own in order to be able to decipher that.
Did you guys bring a copy of the letter that a parent gets? I had mentioned that I think it's important because this is not just for the board, but it's also for parents who get a copy of the letter.
It just so happens.
So that you can see what a parent receives.
Hold on a
Right, and
second.
I think that's an important piece, because if I'm a parent and my child took this assessment, I'd like to know what that means. So I don't know if you did it.
Says that prudence.
But I thought it was
needs access.
important for us.
I can give her access.
If not, I don't want to belabor this meeting and keep us any longer. My watch is saying that it was time for me to go to bed like an hour ago.
We can get an email.
Right, but I think it's important, not only for the board, but I think for the community to see, as a parent, you're going to receive this letter, and it's really important for you to understand what the data means, right? What does it mean to me as a parent, and how can I collaborate with my child's school or teacher to say they are doing well, or they're not doing well, or they need to work on X, Y, and Z? So that's a copy of the letter.
So this, yes, this is a sample copy of a letter that goes home. This is the generic copy, and then it's individualized based upon the school. And it basically talks about, here's your STAR scores. They get it in the fall. It shows them what the scale score is for reading and math. Again, for the mid-year, the winter, and then again for the end of the year.
But if you're looking for the particular area that a student's struggling, this is not the tool to use.
This is not it.
We do have
Correct.
access to other letters that I think we need to consider, or other reports that we need to consider sharing with parents that would give them more information than just a scaled score. Because if I am, a typical parent, most parents may not know what that means in terms of how everybody else is doing. And at the end of the day, you really care not only about how is your child doing compared to others, but how's your child doing compared to themselves? What are the areas that they can, do they need to get extra support outside of school? What else can, what other strategies can we do? So that letter, in my opinion, needs to be reviewed.
That's exactly my point.
Yep, I agree.
Thank you.
And one more thing that you can see, we're not going to show that now, but one of the things that you can see with Unified Insights is that you can see our students, right? And even though a student may be at the lower percentile, you still have to recognize that that student may have come to us with little to no English, little to no education. And so that child in particular, even though they're not at the 50th percentile, that student has still made great growth. And I think that's the important piece, and that's the bigger data. And so it's important for you to know that we have the ability, and the administrators have the ability to see individual student growth, which is really important for a parent.
So I just have a request for the next update. Where it says the K-5 star reading, all the tallies on the top, if you can label it, like scoring data or assessment scores, only because when the parents read it at home, they don't necessarily know what it's talking about. And if we're targeting to the star projected percentile, if it's at 50%, I think we would need to put 50% there, just so we have a visual. Because what we want to do with a goal is to strive to improve it over time. So I don't think we're an average district, which is 50%. So we should look to move that percentile up. But if we don't know the number we're targeting to, we can't move it up from there. Or it stays there and it's kind of hidden.
Got it.
So.
And then the last was?
6th through 8 math.
Any other questions? Thoughts, comments, feelings? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up on the agenda, number 14, is the approval of the minutes. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. First reading, policy manual. It is the school safety and educational reporting. Are there any questions? May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Second reading, policy manual, use of time, outrooms. Any questions? May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 16, personnel items. Ms. Hawk?
I respectfully request approval of the items listed under personnel, and I'd also like to give a shout out to Lynn Hendershot, who has been here with us for 3 hours and 45 minutes. Wow. Thank you for your perseverance. Lynn is being recommended this evening for an administrative assistant position at MCC.
Are there any questions? May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Business and financial, Mr. Cahill.
Thank you. I respectfully request the approval of the business and financial items, number 17.1 through 17.8.
Any questions? May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Committees on Special Education and Preschool Special Education, may I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Reports by Board of Education Committee. The Audit Committee, we haven't had a meeting recently, but we did look at keeping the current audit firm for one more year, and then doing a full RFP out for next year. And the board has requested that we participate in the final slate of candidates in the interview the committee, in the interview process, just to help fine tune and select the next auditor. Visitation?
We hit a bunch of buildings recently. So Sapphire, over the past winter, there were some roof repairs. However, on windy days, the windows can leak, and I think that's something that's going to be addressed next time we put a capital project up. That'll be in Patrick's wheelhouse. We saw the pre-K rooms. They look really great. Glad to see that they're being utilized. Along with that, next year the building will be fully utilized in every way possible. There was a concern about poor water pressure during high volume times for students, typically after lunch. And Andre is going to look into that to see if everything's working right and if anything needs to be adjusted. And there was also some new carpets installed. We then headed over to the MCC. From my last time being there, it looks like a completely different building. Very organized, spacious. You know, you could see a lot of thought process went into how the workflow goes, you know, to make sure that our students are equipped with what they need, as well as staff and other offices around the building. And a new drip pan was constructed, I believe, by Buildings and Grounds and placed over the server units in case of a catastrophic plumbing failure to protect that sort of infrastructure. Then went over to the dorms, which continue to deteriorate. Nothing much to speak about there. And then finally, Buildings and Grounds, the buildings being utilized well, and status quo, no issues to speak of. Our next meeting, for anyone who's interested in attending, June 21st at the Harriman Center.
Thank you. Policy?
There are several policies that we looked at on our June 6th meeting. We continue to look at student attendance policies and homeless children policies. Our next meeting is scheduled for 8 a.m. on June 20th.
Great, thank you. Any updates or anything else to add with the student board representative? I think that's closed now.
Closed up now, yes.
Excellent. Okay, that's all I have. Report by student board representative. Final report.
So normally, I've always had a speech before, but I don't have anything prepared. I just wanted to say thank you for choosing me to do this position because I learned so much from it. I got to meet so many amazing students that I never would have met before, including, like, I really loved going to all the elementary schools and the middle schools because they're just such impressive and amazing kids who I know are going to do great things when, like, they're in high school. So just thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for all the administrators for always being so accommodating when I wanted to go into the schools and talk to kids, and for the administrators at the high school for being so willing to listen to me when I would bring what I learned from the younger kids up to the older buildings. And I know that the person who comes after me is going to do a great job too. I know him a little bit, so I know he's going to do a good job. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Reports by board and central office.
I want to thank Dan for his 9 years of service. It's been great having you on the board. I appreciate all your
Thank you.
advice and opinions over the years. And thank you to Jenna. You've been an exemplary Board of Education student representative. I know you're going to do amazing things in your future, and good luck to you.
I will second that. Thank you, Dan, for your service. Thank you, Jenna. I'd like to thank everybody who presented today. This was a lot of work and something definitely to dive into. Congratulations toward the award recipients. It's great to see that we have a lot of kids who are achievers. And have a great day.
I would also like to congratulate everyone who received recognition this evening and to thank the presenters for all their hard work. I know it takes a lot of people to do what you do. It's not just the people who are presenting, but your staffs as well, and I want to thank them. Jenna, I want to thank you for doing an awesome job this year as our student representative, and good luck to you in all your future endeavors. Dan, thank you for 9 years of service. It's been a pleasure serving with you, and good luck in everything you do. And I'm looking forward to graduation next week, and hoping for good weather. Good night.
I was glad to see the budget line of the theater stuff, so thank you very much for everybody who pulled together to make that happen. I look forward to, it's an amazing program without that, so I look forward to next year and the years beyond, all that hard work. Thanks for everybody in the audience who's still there. I'm sure you're riveted. I can't wait till I be quiet. I'd like to thank Jenna as someone who was there the first day she got off the bus at kindergarten, which her mom's, I'm sure, remember, and we have the photos to prove it. So very proud of her, looking forward to seeing her grow into whatever she chooses to be. I'm guessing President of the United States, but I might be wrong. And then, of course, Dan, thanks for your friendship and your leadership here on the board.
Thank you to all the presentations this evening, and I want to congratulate all the students tonight. It's still my favorite night, even though it's very late. They do a tremendous amount of work all year long, and it is really great to see them coming here together and supporting each other, so I think that was amazing. I wish Jenna all the best, similar to Mr. Reynolds. It's been a pleasure to know you since back in the Sapphire days. And I said earlier to your mom that I hope to be voting for you sometime in the future. But no, it's been a pleasure to have you, and thank you so much for all that you've done for the position, and I hope that the next person will follow in your footsteps. I want to wish Dan good luck and thank him for the service to the community. I know it's been a lot, and that's it. Have a good night.
I want to thank my fellow board members, up, down, sideways, good days, bad days. You made it much more fun to be here. And, if it wasn't fun, it wouldn't have been 9 years. It would have been 3 or 6. But I also want to thank the upper-level administrators. You guys always do a lot of work. I'm usually not thanking you for it, but I really do appreciate it. Other than that, it's before 10 o'clock. Everybody have a good night.
I just want to congratulate everyone who received awards and recognition tonight. Thanks, Jenna, for your service on the board, and good luck in all your future endeavors. Like Stacy said, it's a long meeting, but this is usually a happy meeting. Tonight it's a little bittersweet because we're losing Jenna and my good friend Dan here, and I just want to thank you for all your service and all the passion that you brought to this job. I remember you came to my house 8 years ago recruiting me, and basically lying and saying that, it doesn't take much time, and it's once a month. And,
about that same
exactly, but...
That's how we all got here, Anthony.
Yeah, I know. But it's been great serving with you. And
Misery
thank you.
loves
Thank you
company.
for everything, my friend. And best of luck in the future. And see everybody at graduation, and have a good evening.
So, still being young on the board, I will say I know for a fact now that June is my favorite month with all the celebrations of students and staff. So thank you and congratulations to everyone that won something over the last few weeks. It's been beautiful to see. So Jenna, here's the thing. I'm gonna miss you. You've been incredible. We've all said it. My daughter asked me, because now my younger daughter's gonna be going to Pine Tree next year, and my daughter's like, yeah, maybe Jenna was gonna be able to interview her as well. I didn't have the heart to tell, so I just said, yeah. So I'll just kick that down the hill. So thank you very much for being wonderful, not just to the board and to the community, but also to my daughter. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Dan, thank you. Everyone said the same wonderful things about you. Thank you for being my inappropriate joker, and always being with me to make sure the mics were not on and that we weren't too close. So
We hope.
we hope. We would have known by now. But it's been incredible. I look forward to seeing you around town. And by you, I mean your car. So thank you. And thank you to all the presenters. Once again, the information is great, and I do appreciate everything that you're doing in the background and in the foreground.
Congratulations, Dan and Jenna, and good luck. Big shout out to high school admin team. They had organized a fantastic award nights a couple of weeks before. It was really fulfilling to see a lot of kids walk through and then earn the awards for their college scholarships.
Thank you, Jenna, and thank you, Dan. Congratulations to all our award recipients tonight. The yearbooks are absolutely amazing. Great work on that. It's a great memento for our students. Good night.
Congratulations also to everybody who's recognized tonight. Also, just a congrats and thank you to the coaches, the advisors, the teachers, the families that supported the kids along the way and guided them. You know, all of those accomplishments don't happen by accident. It takes a lot of work behind the scenes, so thank you to everybody involved. Congratulations to Mr. Israti. Congratulations to Jenna. Good luck. Wish you all the best in your next chapter. It is an amazing time of the year. Science, a lot has happened since, I think, the April Board of Ed meeting. Science research was awesome. Academic awards, senior night, senior signing day. I attended the Orange County Executives Annual Youth and Adult Awards last week. And I'd like to congratulate Liam Gaffney. Where is he? Liam, stand up once again. Won one of the County Executives Awards, and we also had two other students that were recognized, Isabella Rogozinski and Ashok Satyamurthy, who was also recognized at that event, so congratulations to them, and congratulations to all of our graduates next week. Hopefully the weather holds out. Thanks.
I agree with everything Eric said about the time of the year and all the great things going on. There was also the Expand celebration, which was, you were there, I saw you.
I was there.
Which was a great night. Congrats to everybody who were recognized tonight. I agree the yearbooks are great. Dan, good luck with everything, and thank you for your service. Jenna, one of the things that you'll hear a lot over the next, if you haven't heard it already, but you'll hear over the next couple of weeks are adults saying to you, go and make us proud, because that's what they're going to expect from you. I think one of the great things, and I think everyone on this stage feels it, you've already done that. You've already made every single person up here proud.
Yes.
And I have no doubt, and I don't think any of us have a doubt that will just continue. So congrats and thank you.
Okay, so I would just like to acknowledge and thank the following people for donations to the district. I know I like to do this every time, but I think it's important that we acknowledge folks that donate something to the district. So Lillian Carp for a donation to the Ava Marie Haggerty Scholarship Fund, Leslie Haggerty for a donation to the Ava Marie Haggerty Scholarship Fund, Middle School Student Council for a donation of $600 to the purchase of MW logo stickers to be placed in and around the school building, Jeanette Van Winkle for a donation of a Yamaha clarinet to the music department, and finally Alyssa Solomon for a donation of a Claire Fisher French horn to the music department. Dan, thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you. I enjoy your informal approach to things and business always on the board. And Jenna, great job representing the students. Best of luck next year. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, and I'll see you guys at graduation.
Good luck to Dan and Jenna, and good luck to the class of 2023.
Thank you. I want to start by saying that Jenna and Liam, which are just two examples, is an example of the school district. And that these students don't turn into the people that they are without everybody in this district, starting with our staff, our teachers, our administrators. Everybody that they come across has helped to develop these two young people, and more if there were more kids sitting here. So I want to start by saying thank you. Thank you to Liam, who's always been here during our board meetings, and it's late at night, and he's there working behind the scenes, so thank you, Liam. Jenna, you're an amazing young woman. I was going to say, go make us proud, but now he kind of said, don't say that, so just be you and be proud of who you are, and I'm sure that you're going to make changes in the world, and they're all going to be positive, so thank you. Dan, thank you for being on the board. You and I have been the board together for the whole time. That's pretty amazing. And I just want to say thank you to all the presenters. And tomorrow is prom, so I wish all of our students who are going out to enjoy the prom to please be safe and to have a wonderful, wonderful prom and enjoy yourself. Take pictures. This is like the time of your life. You have no idea. And again, just congratulations, and I will see all the seniors at graduation. And everybody have a great summer.
You know it's late because Elsie already thinks it's Thursday, because the prom is on Friday.
Oh, my God. I really did think it was Thursday.
I'm like, wait.
Well, we're close. We're very close.
We're only a short distance away.
Yes, 2 more hours. It's tomorrow.
First, I want to congratulate all the students on their achievements, both tonight and during the other presentations that we've done. I also want to recognize and honor the BOCES Honor Society inductees from Monroe-Woodbury. I did attend that. It was a very nice event, and we had a few MW students inducted, which was fantastic. I also want to thank all of the Monroe-Woodbury employees who helped create a supportive and learning environment for our children. Each and every one of the employees in this district is important to that, whether it's creating the environment, the teaching, the learning, the support, the admin, etc. I also want to thank our presenters. Being in business, I know how much effort and work goes into presentations and then being prepared for the litany of questions that come following them. And I just want to wish the upcoming graduates a fantastic graduation day. I hope the weather holds out. And a great big thank you to Dan and Jenna. I'm not going to say much more than I already said in my presentation before, but best of luck to both of you. Jenna, you're going to do great things. We all feel that. And Dan, enjoy your semi-retirement, because you still have to go to work tomorrow. May I have a motion to adjourn into executive session for the purposes of an update on RFP for legal team, a disciplinary appeal, and to discuss a personnel matter?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.